Told me it was all in my head, and I don't know what I'm talking about.
According to Encyclopedia Britannica, mountains generally are understood to be larger than hills, but the term has no standardized geological meaning.
Meltology 101, baby. Once you see the melted bricks, you won't fall for their lame-ass tricks. Geologist, you're fired.
Larger than hills, but the term has no standardized geological meaning.
Boom, baby!
Just how many, quote, natural formations are really just extremely weathered, once extremely large stone-built structures? Maybe there are many stone granite hills, and even maybe mountains that dot our earth, which grand structures of the forgotten people.
Boom, baby!
Encyclopedia Britannica, mountains generally are understood to be larger than hills, but the term has no standardized geological meaning.
They told me it was all in my head, and I don't know what I'm talking about.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these stories without checking facts first. Unfortunately,
because of you, we're in this mess. Forever you will acquiesce. How you love to be deceived. Whatever they tell you, you believe. Dead of sight, dead of mind. News believer, you are blind. Critical thinker, you are not. Never independent thought. Busting through your paradigm. Hypnotized with pantomime. Imitating all you hear. Spread your terror, spread your fear. Yeah. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Let the food of tyranny begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the teach know your very soul. To live to the great deceiver, television watching news believer. Inject your poison where your mask. All they have to do is ask. Never questioning authority. Blindly following like sheep. Yes sir, no sir, free backs fool. You television watching fool. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Let the food of tyranny begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the teach know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver, television watching news believer. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. Extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is 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 extremely dangerous to our democracy. In their world forever locked. Into their world forever fucked. Reality you leave behind. A prisoner of your own mind. Forever you will be deceived, never ever to be free. Yeah. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Let the food of tyranny begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the teach know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver, television watching news believer. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Let the food of tyranny begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the teach know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver, television watching news believer.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
What is up, everybody? I have Shepu over here with me. What's up, Shepu?
Hey, Jen.
And to
glad to be
complete
here.
this trio of magnificence, we have CFM with us.
CFM.
You there, buddy?
There.
You might have thought I was
Already
playing
there.
something. So how's it going, Shepu?
It's going good. Today it was a nice day. Pretty nice. And you, Jen?
Pretty good. It's we've been getting a lot of crazy storms rolling through here, all coming from like the northwest, coming down through the southeast, moving through my areas and stuff, and they've just been really crazy. We had hail, all kinds of stuff.
What's going on with my camera?
You're glitching.
Do you see me? I'm going in slow motion.
Yeah, you're slow motion.
Now you just sped up again.
What was that?
You're gonna catch up.
We'll just call you Tech Up tonight. We'll put his name up as Catch Up.
Hi, everybody. Sorry I was tardy, but here I am. So,
What shirt you got on there?
Oh, well, you know what's interesting? Someone said on one of my comments that people like sugarcoat sins. And there I go again. What's going on?
That's really strange for that.
It's in slow motion.
And then it goes real fast.
What's going on? Now I've seen myself in the past. I'm gonna leave and come back.
Oh,
All right, good.
you're good. Oh my God. This camera was a head up. So
yeah, we've been getting these crazy storms rolling through and stuff. Are the fires still going on up there? Because I haven't heard anything.
oh yeah, they're strong, and we're gonna have some smoke maybe in a couple of days, they say, because
Okay, I'll try again. Hi, everyone.
yeah, you're good.
That's better.
Someone made a comment that I don't know if it was me or they felt someone was sugarcoating sin, and so I want to make sure that I'm not, So here, they're not the suggestions; they're the commandments. So see.
Oh, I like that. That's cool.
So
And
I
they're
work 'cause of
tablets,
that.
not tables, by the way.
Right. Now he has tables.
Yeah, I mean, so we're going to get into a lot of stuff tonight, guys. Basically, what we're talking about is the short season of Satan, the signs of the times that we are in, and the signs that we need to be looking for so we can be ready for what's coming. And I feel like it's not too far off what's coming. I mean, I'm not somebody's going to lay down dates and all this stuff, but I definitely see the end of the short season coming in the not so distant future. I feel like we are at like the last quarter of it. For me, maybe within the next 5 to 10 years of a major event, maybe possibly God's final judgment happening. And I think it's really important to understand where we're at. Even if you don't understand where you're at, and even if you have not read the whole Bible ever, or maybe at all in your life, what is important right now is that you have a relationship with Jesus Christ and God the Father. That is what's important. Yeah. And book or no book. And we're going to get into all this. We're going to get into the Mandela effect. What does that mean? What does it look like when the elect are deceived? Why is this book made of ink and paper changing in people's possessions that they've had for years, family heirlooms? They pull it out and it's changed. But that's not the only thing changing. There's many things across the board that are changing as well, including people's memories. A lot of people remembering things the way they were, having dual memories of one way and now. Other people having completely the opposite memory. A lot of confusion taking place in this particular time. And the reason that we're seeing all this confusion, especially with the trans agenda. So we're going to be covering a whole swath of things in this show tonight. And I'm so excited, guys. And one more thing. I found my giant Nephilim super soldier video, and we are going to go over that because
I have to tell you, I'm so excited because for anybody that doesn't know what she's talking about, and there's new people here, the reason I found Jen, and a lot of people did, was she was doing whatever, all kinds of videos, and she came across, she'll tell you, but she came across this one specific video. And that's how we all found her, and it went viral and stuff. So, but you please tell the story. I'm just excited to be here.
I think I might have made it in 2015, but the Ferguson thing happened in 2014. So I was watching a video, and I was listening to the commentary about the AutoZone there in Ferguson, and they think that the military could have possibly set the fire to make it look like it was the rioters setting stuff on fire, because they were the last people seen at this AutoZone, this group of soldiers, and right after that it was on fire. So this video is documenting the soldiers being there at the time, but I noticed something very strange while he was going through his commentary. I'm like, what is wrong with this one guy in this frame here? And we'll get into all that. We're going to show everything. I don't want to spoil it right now and get into it all, because this is all going to play into everything of why we're seeing giants, hearing all these stories of giants and Nephilim being chained up and everything being revealed to us that we couldn't see before, including the flat earth and God's destruction. So you got God's creation, they're hiding, and God's destruction, God's judgment, and everything in between. It all is being revealed, and we have to unpack this and really take a look at it. And this will further, I think, draw us closer to God, the Creator, and Jesus Christ, because we know that the end is near. It is near. And guess what, guys? I've listened to near-death experiences. The grass is greener on the other side. They all say it. The grass there is like a green you can't even imagine here. This is a pale reflection of the green.
That's very true.
Yeah. So I don't want to take over. I want to get into stuff that you have, CFM and Shepu, before I dive into all my stuff. I think that'd be a good way to go with things.
Well, I haven't heard from Shepu in forever. You want to go first, or you?
Well, that's
He likes to be the closer. He likes to be the ringer.
Nothing wrong with that.
Well, I could throw some tabs up there, and yeah, whatever. Sure, sounds good.
All right.
You want me to go first? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, there's only 3 of us. By discernment, I was figuring this out. She said she was going to go later, and you're waiting, so it's got to be me. Okay.
I just have like things to add up, but I can show one thing first.
Okay. Take some of the pressure off of me, my
people,
goodness.
Talking about this crazy times and what they are trying to pass, as maybe to prepare people for like events that's going to happen, like with the weather and stuff. Because now they're just saying that the core of the earth just stopped spinning. Did you hear about that?
Yeah,
spinning.
I had that in a tab too. Yeah,
but I have like a video of Michio Kaku just talking about it, and he's like saying just anything. I'm gonna play it, and
alrighty,
gonna laugh, everyone.
Yeah, I think I remember hearing something about the core of the Earth stopped spinning a while ago. They were reporting on that too, weren't they? Maybe last year or before that?
Yeah.
Probably. They're always reporting on this nonsense.
Each year. Okay, where is it?
James Breeden. I think that's a new name. I don't recognize it. Welcome.
No, it's been here for a while.
Okay. Sorry.
And we have 5 people over on Rockfish. Thank you for being here. It's wonderful that you're there too.
So. Hey, Rockfin. Love you guys.
Still
Satan sucks. I hate Satan. We have to pray for Satan, Maybe one day turn it around. I don't know.
Yeah, when he's in her face every day.
You're so funny.
What? It's like that. Remember that Kilroy?
The guy from Home Improvement who used to look over the fence all the time.
Yeah, that guy. That's
guy.
That's funny too. Yeah, he only saw us from his nose up.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like that. Wilson.
Wilson, that's the guy's name. Yeah, Wilson.
Yeah.
Wilson, run, Forrest, run.
All right, I'll just play this. I bet it's 1 minute or something.
All right, we're gonna make this big.
That's what she said.
Learning about a shift in the Earth's inner core that sounds like the plot of a Hollywood blockbuster. Scientists say our planet's solid core, which is actually disconnected from the rest of the Earth's layers, may actually have stopped rotating and could even reverse course. This is a new study.
Right, let's just pause it there.
But I read that.
You couldn't take the nonsense.
Pause it there. How the heck do they know this? Okay, somebody make it make sense, because we ain't supposedly gone down more than 8 miles, but suddenly they know that 3,000 miles down in the center of our thing, this thing is disconnected. Are you kidding me?
Exactly. But you gotta have the explanation from Michio Kaku here. He's the scientist. He knows about it.
He's gonna make it all make sense. Here we go.
He's got a white coat.
Make it all sense. Look how many times he used the words. He's never sure about anything.
It's every 70 years, so we don't need to be alarmed.
That's right. The bad news is that we know very little about the core of the Earth, very little about what's on the surface. The good news is
it just started exactly. We don't know anything, but
no, they don't.
This, and we only have a matter of time before that, but we don't know anything.
Probably there's nothing to worry about.
Probably.
Oh yeah.
See, that's the thing. They have to get your consent to nonsense, and they said, "Here's this disaster. Probably won't be anything." So,
yeah, it's a funny.
So why are we doing a news story on it if it's nothing? Oh my God!
Back of your mind, fear-based mentality.
Yeah.
Hurry up,
Everything
Jesus!
on.
This is I can't take it. Oh my
We're
God.
not sure.
We're not sure.
The center of the Earth does seem to go backwards. If this is the core, this is the crust of the Earth that we live on.
Yes.
This is the core of the Earth. The core could move independently of the crust. That's the key.
So the
Can I say something here too?
So the core of the Earth sits in a pool of like molasses.
Oh my God. And in order to believe in volcanoes blowing up diamonds and gold and crystals and all that, you got to believe in that molten ball he's talking about. It's the only way it comes out.
Yeah,
Just
he
saying.
could. Yeah, he could have said like he's in a pool of like you know oil or something. No, but molasses. What?
Molasses. They're telling you it's BS.
Oh, yeah.
And it's able to spin independently of the crust of the Earth. So, in other words, don't lose any sleep over this. Probably it's a natural cycle. It takes place probably once every 70 years or so.
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Don't lose any sleep over it.
So they have no idea if it's happening. They have no idea why it's happening. They have no idea if it matters at all. They don't know. They're going to do this long news story about it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's called filler and fluff.
Yeah, but you know what? If I turned on a podcast and started talking like this, they'd all just ridicule us. But instead, he's got ridiculous hair and a nice suit, and they listen to him.
And PhD after his name, piled high and deep.
Yeah.
Oh, I like it. I like that.
That's shit, that is.
Nice.
Because
where are all the drops? Somebody's on the drops.
Right? I don't have any drops, right? I'm just so into the show right now.
It's fine. Keep going.
No, I think we've heard enough of his craziness. You know,
his PhD. That's fantastic.
yeah, because I have another clip of him saying that they don't use the scientific method in any of his science. So,
of course,
they're all theories, and they're not repeatable. They can't even do one, let alone repeat it.
No.
Oh my God.
Motherfucker. There's the drops. And for anybody that's new that came over from my show with John, thank you for being here. And I said, it's a little more peppery here, but we like it.
That's right. A little spicy.
A little spicy.
On the nicey side, though.
I just look the same.
We say that you make observations,
hear?
you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process.
He got his hair done.
Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
Oh, baby.
He's a scientist, right? Isn't that his field?
You can't handle the truth.
That's right.
No, he's a scientist, and no one uses the scientific method in his field.
They have no need for it.
Like a
But
plumber
if you
that
come
doesn't
back
know
up
what
with
he's
something, you better make sure you're using it because you don't have the PhD after your name. You're not in the club.
That's right. That's
So
right.
they just tell you what they want you to know. So that's how it works.
Well, look, what he's doing is spinning a false narrative. It's science fiction, and he's spinning it as truth. And then from there, they can play on, break off, and add to all other sorts of narratives to attach to this thing. Be like, oh, why is the weather shifted and the Earth's cracking? Oh, it's because of this over here. Remember, we had this interview? We said the Earth's core is shifting, and it's all, just foobar now.
I mean, everybody's gonna get fucked up.
That's what happened.
Wow.
I don't know if you're watching, hon, but she's got was it Rip or whatever?
Yeah, that's Rip from Yellowstone.
Rip drop.
That's right. Look.
Sorry.
You think this is a joke?
I do.
Ah.
Well, for a second I was. You're in the past.
All right, Shepu, what else you got? Or are we going to CFM stuff, or you're going to pop?
No, he can do one more thing. I can get more coffee.
Yeah, there we go. Go ahead.
Oh.
All right. What else did I add? I had prepared something else, but I think I lost it. Maybe for later because we're not there.
It's okay. You know what? I'm going to say hi to the chat. Let's see if I can pronounce these names. There's a lot of new names here. All right, Melanie's in the house. What's up? Jenny T. Murphy's here. We got Ania. Sue B is in the house. What's up, Sue? Friendella here. What's up? Dennis, not your business. I think I said that right. Sorry. Mumsy Bear is here. That's a new one for me. Lauren B is in the house. What is up, Lauren B? Chris is in the house. What's going on? Jim Malone is here. Denise Larkin. Steve Fenneran's in the house. What's up, Steve? Haven't been seeing you chat much lately. I know a lot's going on. So,
all right.
Grace is here. All right, you ready?
Oh, me? All right, we're going with me. Oh, you have to wait for me.
We'll get to you.
No, I'm saying he didn't have to wait for me to get the coffee, but
get down the glue.
Get down the glue.
Got tardy glue. Tardy glue.
Does anybody else read "I am Karos" like "I am Karos"? That's how it is in my head when I see it on the screen.
Every time.
I was saying Kairos all the time.
Oh, am I saying it wrong?
Kairos? I'm saying Kairos. That's what I was saying. He said it's like
Kairos.
Kairos.
Maybe I'm saying it wrong. Maybe it's Kairos, I guess.
It is Kairos, yes.
Kairos. Okay. But
and
still.
It's John Levi, not Levy.
Yeah, John Levi.
There's this girl that I listen to, and it's on a totally different topic. I don't know if you guys know or not, but I've been following the Shanquilla Robinson case and the Cabo 6. And so I listen to a lot of channels that, most people don't even know of. But anyway, this girl who's talking about this case, and this girl was murdered in a villa in Mexico, but she always says villa. Like, she was in the villa, and they were over here in the villa, and I'm like, it's villa! Villa!
Did she hear you through the screen?
No, it's so annoying, and I know I'm not the only one, because other people, and then she started to correct herself, and then I started to think of me saying John Levy all the time, and Karos instead of Kairos.
Well, yeah, sorry about the Karos thing, but the John Levi, I used to make, what is it? He's in the city of Cairo. Okay, yeah. Kairos. And he put the K to it. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
okay. All right.
I told you, I say radiator, but radiators radiate heat, but I call it a radiator.
I think it was funny that because everyone, when they would talk about John Levi, they would know if it was Levi or Levy. And I used to make comments like, I don't know if he ever watched me, but I would say, like, I kind of think he likes it because we're all talking about it, trying to figure it out, because he actually never came out and announced it, So, but I'm pretty sure it is Levi, like one of the tribes of Israel. So that's cool.
Right.
But yeah. Yes. And if Red Storm's here, good day, mate.
Good day, mate.
I accidentally thought he or she was from Australia, and so now it sticks. So.
Dude, we have 52 people here right now.
Whoop whoop.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. I don't think I ever.
Kairos is a biblical word and has a special meaning.
Nice. I didn't know that. We'll have to look it up.
I don't know. Well, maybe I am Kairos will tell us.
Yeah. Tell us what it is, Kairos.
Yeah, next time he's gonna be on with us, Jen.
Yes, we're gonna have him back on. We're gonna have Deborah the Red Brick Chick on too. We got to schedule that. Did Kairos already tell you?
I don't know.
A time or a
real
date?
name? Well, spoiler alert: Ceiling Fan Man is actually not my real name either.
No. Like.
Oh no! I didn't mean to upset you by that, but it really is.
No, I thought you had really a cool name, like Ceiling. Yeah.
And I made some meatloaf the other night that was banging, dude. I couldn't even believe it. I don't ever make meatloaf because I never make good meatloaf. It sucks usually. And I just was like, you know what? I'm just throwing all this shit here. And it was mixing it up, and it was like real runny. And I'm like, shit, what am I going to put in this? I don't know, breadcrumbs. So I put my flour stuff that I bread my chicken with, fried chicken, dump that in there, mix it. Man, this shit turned out so good. I couldn't even believe it.
That's fantastic.
I was like, you made this? I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, I'm in slow motion again.
What's going on?
You look like, you just look like Hawkins, that Stephen Hawkins guy.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know how that happens. It's bizarre. It's so weird to see. It's so weird to see yourself like doing stuff and you're not doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, or when you see yourself stuck in that one horrible position.
Yeah. Or am I AI and I'm not really here?
Oh, you make people
No,
think.
look. See, I'm real.
Oh.
Oh, I heard that. Ouch! I think I felt it a little.
Well, I was thinking it was at Fast Times when he get out of the van or somewhere. He was like, oh, he's on the phone, and he's super, and he hits himself in the head with a tennis shoe. Never mind. I'm talking like 5 people that are old my age. Anyway.
I remember. Keep going. So what does he say? He hits it with after the tennis.
Oh,
shoe?
he's like, he bangs on it, and then he goes, "Did you hear that?" He's like, "Yeah, that's my skull, dude," or something.
Oh yeah.
I'll make it a drop. Don't worry about it. I'll play it later.
I don't have any drops ready right now. Here we go.
Maybe we should chug on over to Mamby-Pamby land, where maybe we can find some self-confidence for you, you jackwagon.
Did you see
That's
his
one of my
eyebrows?
favorites. What's
His
that?
eyebrows were so thick right there. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorites, so I do like that one. What is that from? I don't
It's
even know.
a commercial, a TV commercial. I think.
Okay.
Is it Geico? Maybe it's Geico.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. I knew it was Shepu. You found that. I don't even know how you found it, but that was good.
Because I was looking for the real one that he does. I couldn't find it anywhere. He doesn't say this in any movie that I tried to find him.
But I love that whole jackwagon thing in there. It's like it was made for you, Jen.
Right?
This guy made like so many army movies playing the same role as a commander, like just yelling at people. There's so much, and this is the only one I could find that he said this jackwagon thing. So
Yeah, it was good. All right, so where are we going from here? I'm like super excited. I can't wait to get to my stuff. Probably should have went first.
Well, this is your show, so what do you want? Who's going where? You call the shots, Jen.
Who is going to bring something up?
No, I don't.
All right.
I'm not ready yet.
All right, look, I'm just going to get into my stuff.
Go for it.
I'm gonna go
Over here,
for
my
it.
cat's about to bring something up, but I don't think I'll share it. Kitty, what are you doing? Get over here. They want to see.
Back. Hold on. Let me go back and put the volume on because I think there's going to be one video we're going to watch here. Entire screen. All right, guys. Here we go. Where are we at over here?
Oh, I can't wait. Can I say thank you for allowing me to be on screen when you do this?
Absolutely.
This takes me back to like the beginning of my awakening process. This is like one of the first things I saw. Some lady named Jen, and she's talking about this, and I was just like, what is going on?
Yeah, this was on my very first channel that I had. I think I made this video around 2015, coming off of 2014. And so anyway, I couldn't find the video anymore. The video had over 400,000 views. It was climbing 10,000 an hour when it went viral. If you can consider that viral, I guess it's crazy to watch your video.
That's viral.
But I just noticed something when I was looking at the Ferguson riots and this conspiracy that these military people may have set the fire to make it look like the protesters were doing it. I just caught something that was it stood right out to me. But the thing is that I was very low tech. I did not have screen share. I was using my phone to video this off my computer screen. And I did the best I could with what I had to work with. But I want you guys to hear how I sounded 8 years ago or 7 years ago, maybe when I made this and see what it is that I'm saying. And then I actually found, first off, finding this, I couldn't even believe it because I lost the videos. I don't have them anymore. I typed in the title to my video, A Giant Nephilim Super Soldier in Our Military. And this video came up. This person with 27 subscribers, Angel Ortega, had it on here, my video. I couldn't even believe it. So that was amazing in itself. But then I also wound up through watching my video, I could see the titles to the videos that I originally used. And I went back and searched for those and also found the original footage. So not only are you going to see my grainy stuff here on my computer screen, but I'm actually going to take you to the original footage itself. And we're going to see the proof that I've been showing, that I'm showing in this video here. So you guys ready to hear this?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, sorry.
Let me make sure. All right, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna make it big. And
Yes,
yeah, this is
yes, I'm ready, Jen. Hit us with it.
this is from 8 years ago.
Oh, yes.
Just saying, I was very low tech back then, but I will go over this and break the whole thing down and unpack everything with the original footage, and it'll be crystal clear for you to see. But here we go. Hey everyone, just wanted to do a quick bit about this giant Nephilim super soldier in our military. This is a follow-up video to the one I originally did. The first one I did wasn't that great. Trying to figure out this whole camera thing. I'm doing it all on my cell phone, so it was kind of not clear. But even there, with the grainy footage that I have looking at my computer screen, you can already see something. I mean, you can see a really giant person right here. And then these guys over here. This one, I think, is bending down at this particular moment, not standing up straight. But anyway, he's right there. You can't, even with the grainy footage, you can't miss him. So we're going to try this again. But I also want to add a side note to this, is that I feel like this was actually staged. I think we were meant to see this. However, not a lot of people, if anybody, myself, has even picked it up, because the guy who even made this video is pointing out the military poking around this car, and supposedly they possibly could have started the fire. You know, for whatever reasons. I'm not even interested in all that. But what I'm saying is it seems to me like this person was strategically placed into this scene and to see if anybody would even notice them. They do this. They put the truth out right in front of us. And if you don't have the eyes to see it or the ears to hear it, then, oh, well, that's your tough luck. So I'm going to play this vid and we're going to see exactly what's going on here. Okay, I don't know if it's going to pan back over to those military guys again, but this other part. See how they strategically pan in over here? We're going to pause it right there. Because somebody had said to me that the guy in question is this gentleman right here, okay? Now, he tried to say that this guy's just way further up from the guys in the background here, which I totally disagree with that. Okay. Now, I'm going to show you something here. I don't have one of those particular line things that show on your computer, but I'm going to use this. Okay. Basically, all these guys in the background are relative to each other. Okay. This guy's back a little further. This guy's up a little further. This guy's back a little further. This guy's back even further. And this guy's just next to this guy over away from this guy. Yet, they're all pretty much the same height. Okay? As you can see from this guy's foot right here, he's right at that curb. This guy is right at the curb as well. Okay? He's maybe 3 to 4 feet away. This guy probably 3 to 4 feet away as well. This guy is not average. Okay? He's abnormally large. He's a giant compared to these guys. Okay? So all these guys are separate from each other in different positions. One's back a little further, one's up a little further, one's back a little further, yet they're all pretty much the same height. This guy is head and shoulders above the other guys. Head and shoulders above the other guys. Okay? Somebody explain this to me. I mean, come on. I don't understand it. I don't know what's going on. I'm just telling you what I see. And what I see is a giant soldier. I don't know what he's doing there. But okay, guys. So that's the footage that that was my video. One of my videos that went viral. The original one was the first one that got the most views. This one had I don't know, probably like 100,000 views or something like that. I also want to mention that the video I did on Pink with his handlebars sticking out and everything back on my first channel as well had over 40,000 views. And a lot of my transvestigation videos were up in the, tens of thousands, type of views and stuff. All right. You guys still here?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So this is the actual frontline video of what I was talking over. So I'm going to play this so we can get the clearest look at it. Take the volume out because it's just a bunch of yelling and screaming and stuff. All right. So let me just go up here a little. Right here.
Bruh, but shit, we out here, bro. We out here.
Okay, now here we are. We're across the street. This is amateur footage. This is not like I think it's amateur footage, but it could be a news crew. I don't know. It seems to me like they zoom in on this little group of guys for a reason. And I think I was feeling at the time that they want these to be like hidden in plain sight. See if you notice them, get you used to seeing them and acclimated to them. So they're going to roll out soldiers that are more and more larger. When the super soldier program was a really big thing, and they were talking about the war over in Iraq and stuff, that they were using abnormally large soldiers over there that seemed to have like questionable Nephilim DNA possibly and stuff like that. So here we are across the street. They're going to zoom in and we're going to break it down. Okay, let's just stop it right here.
Wow, you're right. That's the clearest I've ever seen it. You can see he's right next to the other guys.
Yes. Now hold on a second. I'm gonna do this so I can scroll in on it like this. Okay. It's gonna get better. Okay.
Plus, I'd love to know who makes the gear for this guy, because
Exactly. See this thing on his leg right here? This is a backpack that would go on this guy's back right here. Okay. That is strapped to his leg. That means his gun's going to be bigger. Do you see the size of this gun in his hand? Look at this dude right here. Look at how big this gun is.
Oh, he's jealous of his gun. He's like, his gun's way bigger than mine.
Right. Also, on the video, I don't have it with me tonight, but I had an aerial daytime footage of this exact spot after the fire with the car sitting right there looking down on the parking lot. So you get an even better idea of where these guys were standing in the daylight of what the parking lot looked like.
Can I ask you a question, Jen? I know we're fixated on the guy on the far right, but is that car in a ditch or something? Why can they all just stand look at the hood of the roof of the car?
I don't know. It's on a flat ground. When you see it, it's in the parking lot. This is a parking spot that it's at. So the wall's back here a little further. There's a pavement right here. This is a really low El Camino of some sort or something. Okay, look at this giant over here. Imagine him trying to get into this right here. Look at the car. Are you kidding me? Right?
I don't know if any of them could. I mean,
look at the gate between the giant's legs right here. That's massive, in my opinion. And he's right at the curb. It looks to me like his one foot is up on the curb. The other foot's down in the street in the parking lot right here. So his whole body is not up on this curb, or we would see both his feet right here. At the bottom.
Which means he's even taller.
This guy has his whole foot up on the curb. You can even see his foot right here. See it? Right here.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go a little further. Right here.
There's his foot.
All right, I'm pausing it right here. See how his foot is up on the curb? It was just leaning on it. So when he turns, this leg's still in the parking lot right here.
Wow.
Okay. Now this guy right here is walking up, it looks to me, from behind him. He's definitely behind him. This guy is definitely behind him, right? But they're not far behind him, because when you look at the aerial shot and you see this pole right here and you look at the car, if I could, I wish I had the daytime aerial shot from the helicopter, but in relative speaking, from the car to where the giant is standing is really only like 5 feet, 6 feet. It's not that far. So these guys are maybe 3 feet behind him.
Do we know where that gas station is? In Missouri? I think it's wherever that was.
I have the address for this AutoZone. Yes,
because maybe we could pull it up on a...
I do have the address. You know what, Shepu? I'm going to send you the address because I screenshotted it when I was looking for it. And maybe you can pull up an image of it. Or a Google thing. Let me see here. I'll shoot it over to you right now. Where is it? Here, it should be it here.
The thing is we all know about perspective, and I get it. Maybe he's closer to looks, but no, there's definitely people that are in different places behind him. And it's not between, like you say, I can see between that curb and the building, it's not that big of a space that would make it look that ridiculously out of focus. He's right there.
Look at how big he is. He's huge.
How high up are those signs, I wonder? That
Okay, yes, because that is another thing too, is that when you look at all the guys going across, starting with this one here, who's got headgear on, moving across, even this guy's behind him, he's a little bit lower, but basically they're all relatively the same size going across all the way to this guy right here. But this guy, look at the chest. Look how wide his chest is compared to these other guys. That's a big guy right there. I don't know. All right, let me make it big here and play it again a little bit more. Pause it. I'm trying to catch a perfect shot where we can see the feet really well. What do you guys think? Do you think this is some giant Nephilim super soldier, or do you just think he's just some? I mean, I personally think he's got to be around 8 feet tall.
Yeah,
or at least pushing 8 feet tall.
Yeah,
yeah,
for sure.
Average guy is 5'7". 5'10" is usually the average height for a guy. 5'10", maybe a little taller, maybe a little shorter.
And whoever wins, we'll put your guesses in the chat. You get that guy's socks, but you have to take them off of him.
I don't know. So yeah, I thought I was praying that we find this footage, and I literally found all the footage, all 3 videos, not the original video I did, but the comment.
Jen.
Hello. Uh-oh.
She froze.
Oh no.
My God. So I don't know what you sent me, Jen. It's not a link, but she'll probably be back.
She got my computer virus.
Yeah. I'm next.
She's in slow motion. Okay, well, now what?
And come back, Jen. Okay.
Can you do anything about the screen share?
Yeah. All right. I'll just stop her screen share.
Yeah. All right. Oh, there she is.
She is.
Oh wow, you look serious. I like the new. Okay,
I'm
game
serious.
on. See, I did this one because yours was all happy and stuff, and now I'm gonna have to do. Oh, I like this. Okay, I'm gonna do serious ceiling fan next. Nice.
How long was I out?
No,
about an hour.
Yeah,
it was almost over.
It's about time you came back.
Yeah, my God.
What's going on?
We covered it all. It's over. Good night, everyone. And now I messed up because you're on the wrong side. It's really irritating.
There we go. Uh-oh, now he's going to be on the bottom. Oh, there we go.
I'm still here.
Much better.
You're messing with my OCD. Don't do that.
Yeah. So what we were talking about was the signs, and I was saying that the heads of the guys all come up to the bottom portion of the sign, like if you break it into 4 quarters, they're at the first quarter. The giant, his head reaches into the top quarter of the signs on the wall.
Yeah.
Let me go back.
Yeah, he's not more than 3 or 4 feet in front.
Yeah, it wouldn't be enough to make an optical illusion of him being 8-9 feet tall. No. It couldn't do that. And you can't even say he's on stilts because everything about him's huge.
Exactly. Right here, you can even see how small these guys are compared to him. And like I said, Shepu, if you can bring up a picture of that parking lot.
Because now from this wide angle, it makes more sense on them looking in that car. That looks about right. Because that kind of car is very low. So, but he's still monstrous.
Oh, okay. What you sent me is like the address.
Hey, wait, stop it right like you did. from that angle, it looks like he's behind the guy on the very far right.
Well, I used to think that, as a matter of fact, I couldn't really decide or discern if this little dude on the end is up further closest to us or behind him a little. Either way, he's not far from him.
Correct.
He's
So it
almost
should,
right
yeah.
next to him.
It actually, that should have been him. That guy shouldn't be as small as that. So that proves he's tall to me.
Exactly. See, look here, he just stepped back a
I
little
think
bit.
he's in front of him.
Go back a
Right?
little bit.
Because he leans towards, and it
See,
looks
look,
like
look.
he goes in front of him.
See, when he turns around, he's like almost right next to him right here. And then he steps forward a little, this guy on the end. Watch his feet. And then he kind of
Yeah, the guy's in front of him because when he spun his gun around, he would have smacked him in the back. So he's actually closer to the camera, the guy on the far right.
Right.
Try that
Okay, here we
again.
go.
Do it in slow motion, maybe. Yeah, that guy's in front of him. I bet the
Let me
socks
slow
guy
it down.
won.
I'm going to make it go slow
Yeah.
here.
Wrong one.
How do I do that? Playback speed. Which one should I click on?
A 7.5 is fine, I think. It'll right there. There you go. Okay. Picture go forward. There we go. Watch him whip this gun. See? That guy has to be in front of him, or he would have hit him. Which means that that guy should look taller because he's closer to the camera, correct?
Yeah. So up here slower.
Yeah.
Let me go slow.
Yeah, go quarter. Why not? No one else. Where do you guys got to go? You all in a hurry?
I'm in a hurry. I've been waiting for this video forever.
Oh, I'm so excited when you found it. See?
Yeah.
He has to be in front of, closer to the camera, which means that guy should actually look bigger. So that says that the guy behind him is a monster. I mean, I don't know. He might be a nice monster, but he's still large.
You can see how big his helmet is compared to the other guys and stuff. There, I'm going to go back a little. This is just as their pant. So even from across the street, before they do the big zoom in, you could see the difference in the heights.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't find the place. I have the place on Google Map, but now it's all destroyed. There's nothing there.
Oh.
I did hear that they might have gotten rid of it before, but yeah.
Isn't there a way that you can look at a Google map and put it in the past? I've seen people do it.
No,
no?
I'm not so savvy in Google.
I'll get in my time machine. I'll figure it out.
So CFM, look here. Before he pans across the street and zooms in tight, that guy on the end's further away from the giant in question. He's further over in the parking lot. But still, look how big the giant is from across the street like this.
Exactly. That guy is now definitely closer to the camera, which would make his perspective look bigger, and yet he's still smaller than the dude behind him. Hey, Shepu, will you put the address in that
look.
private chat, and I'll see if I can find it.
You're right. You're right. Watch his feet. Okay. All right. Hold on. Watch his feet here. He goes back towards him. Let me go back just a tiny bit. All right, here we go. The guy on the end. Watch how he's walking. See, he's stepping back towards the giant because he was up further. He's like backing up into his.
And he should be getting. See, he's looking smaller because he was closer to the camera. He's actually looking his correct size because that guy is gigantic.
Yep.
Hence the term giant.
That guy would not fit in that car.
No.
There's no freaking way.
That guy could flip that car with a hand.
Right, exactly. Again, this guy comes up to the $7.99 up here. These guys are only coming up to the lower portion of the sign all the way across, relatively speaking here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's that.
Wait, go back. What is the thing? Somebody's talking about the shadow. I think that's machinery.
Oh, back here on the wall?
Yeah, see, it's machinery, and it's the reflection.
Dumpster or something, probably.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Okay. I'm just checking. Our chat's usually pretty spot on.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, there's no question now. That guy is in front on the far right. He should look bigger, and he actually doesn't. And
yeah, and he could walk right under that guy's legs, no problem.
They do that on off hours. Is that leapfrog, man? I'd hate for that guy to.
So this guy's gear, everything, his helmet, his gun has to be larger.
Well, you're 100% right. That thing on his leg is like a backpack for one of these other dudes.
Right. It's just like, Like this guy's got a backpack strapped to his leg. What's going on here? What's he got in that thing? All right. So,
It's got lunch for everyone.
right? Okay. So, that takes me over to this because CFM, we were going to talk about this Google image here of these giants in Egypt. Hold on, let me get this video out of here. And this was seen on Google Earth, and they are blaming it on some kind of. Are you still here with me?
Kind of.
Okay,
I
because I don't know when I lose you and when I don't.
No, I went into like slow motion again. It's everything's going on. Nobody wants this stream to air, I guess. We're on Satan's airways. Prince of the air.
Okay, so do you want to break this down?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, well, basically, some guy's video, and he found these two giants. And now, when you look at the article, of course, they always have to, whatever, like Wikipedia explain things and say, "Oh, it's just the Google camera." You know how sometimes it makes like a two-headed dog, or no one's buying that. That this picture was taken. It was up on the internet for a while, and now you can't find it except we found this video again. And you can see he explains it. I'll let it just roll. It's only 30 seconds. There's a dude on the right and a dude on the left, and they're both like ridiculously tall.
Yep. So you can see him right here. Looks tall like that guy we were just looking at. Look how small the car looks next to him, just like in the other video I just showed you. He doesn't look like he could fit in that car. And this guy over here is maybe the same height or a little bit smaller than him. Let's see if we can hear this okay. Oh, there's an ad. Hold on. What freaking ads? I can't believe this shit. All right, here we go.
I don't hear anything.
Oh, you don't hear it?
No.
Oh, no. You told me I did not share the audio with this one?
That's what I'm telling you, but you don't want to hear that, but that's what I'm telling you. I don't know how to answer that, Shepu. She says, "Don't tell me that." Well, okay, I won't.
Tell me that. Sure. All right, here we go, guys.
Amateur hour.
Big
Like we're on
screen.
my channel.
Whatever. All right, where did it go? Here it is. Daily Mail.
Wait, you thought that was the worst insult I could have said, that you were on my channel? You were acting like me? Great. Wow.
All right, here we go. We're going to bring it back.
Look at that.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
good.
That man's waist is at the top of that car. It's over the top of the car. That guy's 8 foot tall.
I like how he says.
Not only is there one, there's two. I think this guy over here is taller than him.
And when you see the guy's legs, like the gate between his legs looks like the one we just saw. Here, let me go back a little bit.
Whoa.
That was a perfect place to go back. Do it again.
Oh.
I was joking.
He's right there. There's one of them. There's the other one. That man is huge. I don't care what anybody says. That guy is big.
Yeah.
Okay,
I agree.
I gotta say something. Go to the very last panel there. I just saw something. I didn't realize it.
Your curve.
What did you see?
I didn't realize it. I just saw it in the last when you ended the video, right at the end. I don't know if you can go back to it.
I'm not sure how this works.
You need to agree with.
Don't worry about it. Anyways, I saw in the very last panel. I just realized it because I saw this so long ago. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
If you go to the end of the video,
The average dealer's doc fee and
I'm going to let this run through.
okay. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, it's only 34 seconds, so I'm going to let it run through.
We're right there. Just stop right there. Look in the top left. Oh, where'd it go?
Oh, no. Right here, go.
Pause it.
Yeah, pause it.
I did it again.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess it goes away when you do it. Anyways, in the top left corner, it says Mr. MBBB 333, whatever. I forget. I still see that guy. He does mostly like things going on in the sky.
The weather and
the weather guy. Yeah. So I had no idea. This was so long ago that I didn't even know it was his video. So credit to him. That's where we first saw it.
That is true. I used to watch his videos too. And, when I was listening to the guy's voice, I thought he sounded familiar, but I have not listened to him in so long. I forgot that was his thing, his handle.
So, yeah. So there it is. So.
There it is, the Giants.
And that's why it's so funny. He was funny when he describes what he saw.
Someone in the chat wanted you to show your giant picture that you met at the Dollar General, Jen.
Oh, that picture. Yes. Let me see if I have it here. I'll send it to Shepu.
And I'm trying to work on the Google Earth. And if my lovely wife is listening, she's the one that knows how to take it back in time. So maybe we'll be able to do that for you.
Hi, Jeannie. Love you, girl. All right. I'm going to scroll all the way up through my pictures here.
Jeannie, a time traveler.
Right.
Yeah, she knows how to do it, apparently. So let's see. I got the address here. We'll copy that. Go over here.
Oh, my God. I got so many pictures. It's insane. I'm getting close, though. I'm getting close. Getting close. I just looked at it yesterday, too. It's funny.
Funny how? Funny haha?
Like funny haha. Like, you guys remember that stuff. All right, I went past it, apparently.
Okay, so far I'm on Google Earth, and yeah, it's a burnt out mess. So I'll see if I can figure this out. If not, I'll yell for
help. Type in AutoZone Ferguson fires or something into Google and see if you can get the images of the helicopter view of it. You might find it that way.
Right, well, you're asking a lot out of me too. So.
I know, right?
Okay, settings. Let me try there.
So mess about, yeah. Globe. Yeah. Follow the globe. Oh, Fishbowl Media is here.
Oh, and I just listened to a story. It was a near-death experience of some sort, and the person said that they saw the Earth, but it looked funny. It was flat with a dome over it and some kind of weird, bubbly, bulbous thing underneath of it. That was really
bubbly,
cool.
Bulbous.
Yeah, so because we always wondering what it looks underneath,
Well, yeah, just talk to the scientists. They know what's under there, right?
Happy hell. Oh, stop cinch.
Oh, there it is. I got it. Now I'm 5'3" and shrinking. So, Shepu, I just sent you the picture. I'll come off screen share so we can show it.
You calling someone? Okay.
Me?
Right. No.
I'm trying to.
All right.
Hey, could you give me some help and figure out how to get in the past?
This guy was, I think he said he was 6'8".
Okay.
So that's pretty.
I'm getting help
right?
from the time machine person to get in the past on the Google Earth. Holy cow, that guy's big! Right. My gosh.
This is
now maybe he was closer to the camera, right, Jen? He was closer to the camera.
Yeah, he was closer. See, I'm like 3 feet behind him.
Yeah.
It's all an optical illusion. Yeah, no, he was a big guy.
So you say he's only 6'8", this guy?
I think he said he was 6'8" or something like that, yeah. And I'm 5'3".
Yeah, imagine someone like 8 feet, 9 feet. It's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. But this is what these guys that we were just looking at Ferguson look like compared to each other with the other guy, like as if they were all 5'3".
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? Maybe they were. All right, we can take that down now.
Oh, you didn't see the other one? Ah, sorry.
Somebody said it's not AutoZone. It may not be AutoZone now. It was AutoZone. You saw it in the video, right? Isn't that what it said?
Yeah, I saw the now there's nothing. It's all destroyed. The two buildings that was right beside this one, the auto part, and the other one are all destroyed.
All right, let me see if I can find it. Ferguson riots 2014 AutoZone aerial view. see what we get here. Because I had the pictures up. They used to come up on Google searches because I had them up on the internet and stuff.
Okay.
But I don't see it right now.
Okay, so her time machine is having trouble, but she's going to work on it down there. So.
All right. Yeah, it was a really good shot. You know what? I might even have screenshotted it. I don't know, but it was the helicopter flying over the AutoZone the next morning, and it was straight down over it. And you could see the car, you could see the pole, you could see where the curb is, and you could see where the signs are on the wall. And then you go back and look at the video, you could see where they were all clustered there standing. And yeah, that guy was just massive.
You don't need an umbrella with it, dude. That's fine.
Yeah. So let me see here. Let me go back into a presentation. Entire screen. I don't think I need volume on. Okay. So I'm going to start over here. No, where am I going?
I like what Laura Kay said. I saw a person that looked about 9 feet tall the other day, but I'm shrinking a half inch every year or so. So maybe it wasn't as tall as I thought.
Every time I see my sons and they give me a hug and they're like, "Oh my God, Mom, you're shrinking."
Yeah, isn't that nice? Thanks, kids, for reminding me. Yeah. My son was so excited when he passed me. Whatever.
What?
Doesn't bother me at all.
So we were talking about transgenders, this whole trans movement, and the push to bring this into the schools and acclimate our children to this type of mindset. And basically, this whole thing started in Hollywood, because this is where we start to see the blurring of the lines between male and female, and what we consider to be sexy or a sex symbol, or what women should look like, what men should find attractive in a woman, that these are real women, never coming out at any time, except for a few, like that James Bond girl who had a dirty little secret just because she was really a he at one time, that usually you don't find out until it's too late.
And I put something in your chat. What the backstage thing, it ties into this when you're ready for it.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. All right, so I'm not sure who this one is right here, but we're going to scroll down here. It says Nick, I realized last year that most everyone in Hollywood are transgendered. Now it is just not hard. It's just hard not to spot one. I mean, I always thought Mandy Moore, Kristen Dunst, etc. were real females. Not anymore.
Yeah.
MM is on the new cover of Cosmo, skull like a man. Kristen has pics showing Adam's apple. Women have smaller skulls and weak jawlines. Men will have a brow line, which bows out. They have a cut jawline, nice facial structure. If these actors start taking hormone pills and stunting their puberty as children, then they will develop a more feminine look. However, the basic skeletal structure does not lie, which is what we've been saying all along. And here is another picture of one of these transgenders.
Motherfucker.
And again, just as like a disclaimer, if you want to do these things, you're welcome to do it. It's your choice. It's your body. The problem is when you're pretending to be something else to deceive men into lusting after other men, or to deceive women to think that they can get rock hard abs and these kind of things that, just aren't normal for a lady to have. I mean, women are loving and mothering, and they have to have curves. That's the whole thing, and you can't have a baby from a what is it, cervix or something that's a man's. It doesn't work. That's it. And that's science. It's not like we're going against the science.
No, the science is that men will have an Adonis belt and women do not get this. Yes. Women have backs that curve high up and not flat. Men's backs are flat. Now I'm going to show you something real quick here. We're going to look up.
And the fact that Hollywood is doing this as a deception to confuse our children, that is why we are talking about it. It has nothing to do with the actual people that want to do this. That's their choice. It's the unnatural agenda push to confuse our children all the way down. They're talking to them in grade school now. It's I don't even know what to say.
Don't write the statues, just write Adonis.
Really?
Yeah.
I want the statues though.
Well, you'll have real ones. It's ADONIS.
Yeah, it's right below there. Just tap the one below it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Anyway, but I wanted to see the statues, not the actual men, because if these people carved these statues so long ago, they were carving what they saw and what they saw on men and women. And when you see the female Greek statues and Roman statues, they are carved with curves, with an indent above the belly button, where all the Greek statues and the Roman statues are carved with Adonis belts.
But now, even if you search like a woman with the biggest abs, she won't never have like an Adonis belt if she's a real woman, Yeah.
Exactly.
Because it's not shaped. The muscle down there, it's not shaped the same because of the woman when she got pregnant. The muscle will just tear if she had like this Adonis belt all over.
Exactly. The skeletal structure is set up completely different in the pelvic area, and you're going to see it with men. Now, if you look up female statues, they're not carving them with no Adonis belts.
No, especially there ain't no female with muscles. They all have like normal female shape. Because now these females, they see the man with those abdominal muscle, and they want to have the same, so they train so much but they never will achieve the same result because they don't have the same muscle structure. So
right. So look at these right here. They have the indent above the belly button. There is no Adonis belt. You can see how they have the arch right here in the back and it comes down. Let me see if I can find any more here. It's hard to find the naked statues of women. I remember when I did the video a long time ago, it was really hard to find. But anyway, you guys get what I'm saying there. And that, again, proves it even more that, they're creating this Hollywood deception to confuse people and bring in this hydrogyny with this confusion. This collarbone is straight across to support these wider shoulders because the hips are narrow. Women have narrower shoulders because our hips come out more. It's all about balance ratio and the purpose of our bodies for conception to mate, basically.
Man, that she has a nice looking chin.
Right here.
Strong, man. Chin right there.
Not much of an Adam's apple, but they're not talking right now neither. And if they stand a certain way and hold their neck a certain way, the Adam's apple can go in a little bit more.
Well, and they've admitted there's procedures they shave. It sounds disgusting, but they shave that down.
Yeah, they get the tracheal shaves. If they do the puberty blockers before puberty, they'll have a whole lot less of an Adam's apple, and whatever is there, they can get it shaved. Or some of them don't even get it shaved. You just see it popping out once in a while.
And what they're doing, again, I'm sorry if this is offending people that maybe are, understand it differently, but to me, it is a form of mutilation when you change the organs down there. If anyone hasn't looked into it, go look into it. Well, try to do it, put in diagrams, because you don't actually want to see I'm not big on watching operation pictures, but they literally go and can I describe it as gently as I can, Jen? They cut open the area called the taint. You can look that up. And then they drop all the man parts through that. They castrate you, and then they fillet open the member and then sew it to the hole that they created to try to create a form of a lady's vagina. The problem is it's an open wound, so your body wants to close it, so they have to put in like stretcher things to keep it going. And in addition, they say in the articles, it depends on the doctor, that Dr. Kevorkian, or not, who was the one? Mengele. Excuse me. We're not supposed to say that word in this house. It depends on the doctor, but they say you could potentially not even have any sensation anymore, but you might not be able to urinate or whatever, and you're going to have a catheter. So you go into that knowing that all of that could happen. And at the end of the day, regardless if it works or not, You can't. I'm sorry. There's no way you can feel the same kind of release that you would have as you were a man, and you're in a constant state of frustration. And that's just in my mind, but it makes sense to me logically. And so I think it's criminal that the doctors will do these things, and especially to, offer it to children or people that, have no idea what they're doing. The decisions you make it between, say, 10 and I'd say almost 30, it affects the rest of your life. It's not fair to do a body altering surgery like that and have no recourse, because you can't take it back.
Well, I remember an interview with somebody who was saying, a transgender they interviewed, and asked them about sex, and they said that it felt like nothing. There is no feeling.
And I sent you that article, if you could pull that up, and it talks about this exact thing.
All right, hold on. Let me go to the private chat.
Send it to you on your Facebook Messenger, Jen.
Oh, you did? Okay. All right, hang on.
It's the same article that...
Oh, have you covered this article? Okay.
Hold on, Shepu, I
but
got it.
we covered the video of her. I don't know if we showed it.
Okay, hold on. Here we go. Let me get this. Sweet.
Because we hear about, people that are doing and stuff, but we don't hear about the people that realized they made a mistake.
Yeah.
All right, so what do we got here? Let's see.
Her name's Chloe Cole.
Okay, it's like Nazi-era experiments. Anti-trans posters. Child Chloe Cole slams the breast removal op she endured at age 15 and rallies conservatives to protect other vulnerable kids. Wow. The fact that they're saying now that if your child says it at whatever age, it don't matter, it could be 3 or 4 years old, that they want to be a boy or a girl, opposite sex, and you don't acquiesce to what this child wants, it is now considered child abuse. Yeah. Do you see how everything is flipped upside down?
And Mumsy Bear made the comment, exactly. And then they're on pharmaceuticals the rest of their lives. They have to keep this up. You have to stay on those hormone things.
Are we going to listen to this video? Because I didn't put any volume on this.
Oh, no, it wasn't on a video. I just wanted to show you the article. No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's because she's doing a lot of discussions and tours and talks about this. I just, you can read through it. I'm not big on the video.
She was the one that was in that one video that we showed, right, Shepu? She had her hood up. It was raining, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I remember her now. Yeah, it's really interesting to hear these people come out. This is a whole swath of people that nobody's been talking about.
Between 13 and 16, take a look. It'll go roll back up a little bit. So it says she had her mastectomy, I think, at 15. That should not be allowed. You can't vote, you can't drink, you can't smoke cigarettes, but you can have a mastectomy?
Yeah.
That's insane.
It's disgusting.
Insane. Wow. Look at the difference.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because now she realized I didn't know what I was doing at 15 because everyone was throwing all this nonsense in my head. I didn't know who I was or whatever. And guess what? Everybody has trouble in those years trying to figure out what they are. But to have them say, well, the way to make yourself happy is start mutilating yourself or taking pills. We're so in the season of Satan, because when I was growing up, this would have never, people would have spoken out and said, don't you touch my child. But now it's the opposite. Like you said, now it's child abuse if you say anything.
Yep. Everything is being inverted. Everything is changing. Everything is changing. And this is a sign of the times that we are in, this confusion. And this is going to take us into the topic of the Mandela effect. The Bible changes. And not only that, but everything else that changes, because it's not just the Bible. And I really want to drive that point home. We're going to get into all this stuff.
I just want to talk about something fast. Do you ever heard about this Istanbul Convention?
Istanbul Convention?
Yeah.
No.
What's that?
It's a law that they passed for it's been a while, but they took it. They added some parts to it to accommodate the new transgenders and stuff in it. But I can show you. Yeah, I will show you.
Yeah, absolutely. Hold on. Let me come out of this. There we go.
All right. So So I don't know if you see this.
Yeah.
All right. So it's called the Istanbul Convention. And you see, it started for violence against women.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a treaty that a lot of countries have signed, but not sign is a big word because they were forced. Some were forced to sign it, because that's how they control the countries now. That's they don't have a choice. Countries don't mean anything. There's something bigger that controls this country, and it is the European Union for Europe.
Uh-huh.
And you see that it started in 2011, just for women, violence against women. But you know how things are. They start with something that is really good, and then they had more things to it.
Oh
And
yeah, here it says gender, just
yeah,
up a little bit there. Yeah.
gender, and now they added this gender, property of birth, sexual orientation, gender and identity, age, state of health, disability, all this. But now they added, because it was only for the rights of women. So this is what they are against, like
Femicide. Yeah, that's what they're calling
killing.
this case. The case in Mexico that I'm following with Shanquilla Robinson. In Mexico, they're calling it femicide. Now we don't have femicide here in America. We call it murder, but it's for being murdered because you're a woman, because of your gender.
They call this here the same. Now they have not only a homicide, they have a femicide.
Yeah,
it's the same thing. But look, they act against breast binding, breast ironing, genital mutilation, but they are for the LGBTQ and transgender, so they go against their own
exactly
stuff,
which creates more confusion.
Exactly. But these laws, a lot of countries have wanted out. But you see, look, there are two: signature, ratification, or force entry. And you see this.
Wow.
All these these countries were forced, but look at the end. In 2022, Ukraine was forced to adopt this thing.
Oh, that must have been what the war was about.
Could be, and Bulgaria has a lot of contestant against it, but they had to,
in the end, it's going to get pushed through because we are at the end of the short season of Satan, and this is on the agenda. This is like the pinnacle. Okay, pride is the first sin of Lucifer. This was his first sin. He was prideful, and now we're being heaped with this pride parade, pride month stuff. It's found its way into the schools and metastasized like a cancer, and we need to eradicate it.
Yes, I just want to show one more part.
It's the exact opposite teachings, Jen. God says to be humble, and they want you to show your pride. Pride, when I was growing up, was have pride in your work and pride in what you did and raising it. Whatever you did, have pride in that. Not look at me, I'm on Instagram and I'm so prideful. It's like you say, the exact opposite.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm just searching for one other part that talks about Canada and the US, that they're not in the European Union and stuff, but they sign it anyway.
They probably gave them an ultimatum.
Yeah.
I mean, who's forcing all these countries to sign this stuff?
Right.
There's
exactly.
You will sign and you will be happy.
Agenda. See, what it is they want their satanic lifestyles that they all live to be normal and out there, and they want everybody else to do it, especially if you're Christian and you're deceived into following and being all inclusive and tolerant of these type of satanic things that are going on. You agreeing to it is just as guilty as you doing it.
Yeah, and the part I want to see, because it's not only U.S. and they talk about the Vatican also has to agree to that where is it? My God.
They're probably heading up the Vatican.
Yeah. So sorry. Right here, notes include these European Union is also all as signed. Everybody in the European Union has to sign this, and include non-European states were involving the convention. And Canada, the Odysee, Vatican, Japan, Mexico, Russia, and United States has so far signed the convention as well. So
of course
they're all in it. And
you see how they all go along with it, no problem, forced or not. You know what I mean? Try to get something good done in the world and feed the hungry and all this stuff like that. Nothing happens.
No.
You know what happens? More taxes. That's what happens. Oh, okay. That was good, Shepu.
Nice.
Okay, so I found that picture we were talking about last time on our last show, which was that motherboard, corroded motherboard.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember.
Are you allowed to say that?
I don't know.
The person board.
Drone view of ancient ruins. A well-detailed miniature. Nope, a dirty motherboard.
Motherboard.
That's right. It looks identical to the things that we've been looking at as far as melted buildings. This looks like, some kind of Greek and Roman temple right here with all the columns. Okay, we've seen these types of square things with impressions in them in India and in Cambodia, all over the place, and in these types of ancient ruins. But yet, no, this is actually a component on a motherboard that is actually corroded and looks a little melted as well.
Yeah.
There you have it.
Exactly the same.
Okay, I touched on that. Okay, and Shepu, I think you had this in our texts.
Oh yeah, it's a place that we already look up, but not that point of view. We've seen like the front of this place, but when the back part, yeah, it's crazy.
And give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back to the
Yep,
mic.
no problem. Okay, so also what I want to mention here is you would think, well, why are we bringing melted buildings into the Mandela effect and the trans agenda? Is because this all happened before and it's going to happen again. As in the days of Noah, so shall it be in the days of the coming of the Son of Man. And this is where we're finding ourselves with the lies, the deception, the confusion that's being heaped on us and our children right now, being forced to tolerate this and accept it and be all inclusive, which the end goal is, I feel, to breed out the natural order of things, that being any type of natural order of thing, including at the top of the list, the heterosexual male and female, the family unit itself, the natural order of things, the way things were meant to be, the way God intended them, is now being completely inverted. And this is what happened last time, guys, with God's judgment, X Factor event, whatever you want to call it. They were living in sin and they were sinning against the innocents, which is what's happening now. And this is what was the result of God's judgment.
Yeah, and I told you past weekend was the Pride festival, like everywhere. And I told you, like in Bulgaria, they did it at the same date that it was the family day. The family day. They did the Pride Day at the same date, same time. Just they don't care.
And they make it all like, oh, it's super fun. We're going to have fun and dress up and do all this cool stuff. And the kids are all into it because they don't got to do schoolwork. They're like, yay, Pride Day. And that's how they'll look at it and remember it as when the following year comes. I paused it here because I just wanted to say, guys, look at the mega melt right here coming down in this building. I mean, wow, this place got blasted.
Yeah.
This is really clear drone footage. This is really nice. Wow.
But we already know this place. We already saw a lot of pictures. Yeah, that spot. But
look, that spot there. What's that remind you of right there?
Myra Tombs. It is the same place, Jen.
Oh, it's Myra Tombs?
Yeah, it's a Telos ancient city. So they call this place like the tombs. Yeah.
Yeah, because it looks just like the Myra Tombs ones that we see.
Yes. Yeah.
which, guys, they're not tombs. I don't buy none of that crap. Just saying. Look at that.
Wow.
There's no way they built this thing around this big blob here. Okay, the blob is the building.
Oh my gosh. Like the narrative that trying to explain this away as not melted buildings is getting really sad to try to dismiss. You know what I mean? I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
If you can't see that that's melted over the top of it, then hey, enjoy yourself.
You didn't eat enough ice cream in your life.
Yeah, stay in the land of delusion, I guess. Yeah, that's where ticket sales are.
Right? It ain't cheap. It's gonna cost you
$2,000.
Yeah, I sent it to you. I did watch it also.
No, I want to pan around this thing. It's just amazing. You could see the melt flowing down over itself here. I mean, that's just incredible. The mountain is the building, guys. This is like Herodium.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Telos, ancient city in Turkey. If any.
Yeah, I'll drop this link in the chat. Guys, pay attention to these lower levels down here. Look at all this. All this. The whole thing is the building. Wow. See right here, it looks like Myra tombs in Greece. I think that's where they're at, Greece. Wow.
Yeah, it's the same thing. They practically exactly the same. This place and the tombs in Myra.
Look at how far down it comes. All of this, even down further. I mean, this is just one massive building right here.
Yeah.
Wow. Good stuff. Now here, look right here in this part of the building here and how it goes in. See these cavities that are going in here? They're going into the building, all of this. It's crazy. And even down here, you can see a hole here that goes down into something. I mean, clearly these are lower levels that probably have rooms that go back in this thing. Wow. Look at the melt, guys. Nobody carved this shit. Are you kidding me right now? Oh, I love it. That's beautiful. That is beautiful truth right there. Like I like to say, stick that in your pipe and smoke it. Who's carving janky doorways right here, huh? Who's carving missing columns right here? Who's carving melted buildings? That's what I want to know. So they carved this melty looking stuff right here, and then they built this around the melty blob up here because that's safe. Oh boy. Look at that doorway. Just look at how it buckled and went off to the side like this. This is just like what you see in Petra.
Yeah.
And the ones down here over here are getting all janky and weird.
Janky.
You see the rooms they go in. See, this is a corridor right here leading into all of this. There's probably rooms and stuff everywhere. There's a wall popping out right here. All kinds of stuff going on. What's all this down here? Somebody's got to make it make sense. What's this? Is this a little doorway leading into something right here? Look at that. Wow, I would love to check this place out.
Yeah.
Wow. That's good stuff, Shepu. How far down does it go? Does it go anywhere else on here? It goes back around. Oh, it comes up this part here. Let's see this. Oh, this is a massive complex.
Wow.
Wow. This is amazing footage. Very clear. Wow, look at this, guys. Just look at it. Look how little she is.
Yeah.
Wow. See, look, you can see into this cavity right here. Look at this. This whole thing is the building. Okay, like right here, look. You can see where these arches are built up into this. Okay, this right here has been all cooked out. They didn't just build their arch up into the ground above it here. I mean, this whole thing is the building. Look at it. Look at how this arch stuck together right here. Right here. It's like fused or something right there. Wow. You're looking at God's judgment here, guys. You're not looking at an ancient site that just was left to ruin and turned out like this one day. Okay. Let me see here. I did that one. Oh, okay. All right. So we're going to get into talking about the Mandela effect and how it's affecting ancient texts, the Bible, and our reality around us. And it does say in the Bible that no man shall add to or take away from the Bible. And if you do, there is a punishment that comes with that. Now, CFM and I were having a really interesting conversation on the phone the other day. And in that statement itself, we determined that it's a clear warning saying, don't do this. You can do it. It can happen, but don't do it, because if you do it, then there's going to be this consequence. And then we were talking about how they have this scenario out now about the globe model, that we've taken so much water out of the earth that we've tilted the axis of our earth.
Oh, yeah.
But the Bible says that the earth is flat and stationary and immovable. There is no warning there like, well, if you move it, you're going to have this punishment, to lead you to think that it can be moved, because it can't. It is immovable. But here with the Bible, there's a clear warning that says you cannot add to or take away from or change it in any way, or there will be consequences, which leads you to determine from that statement that, yes, it can be changed, but you better not do it.
That's what I hear.
Yes.
And to go along with this, because these are all hot topics apparently to get us all to fight each other, but to go along with this idea, the Word of God is the living Word, and eventually we're supposed to have it just written on our hearts. We're not even supposed to need this book.
That's right.
And if you break down this book, yes, it is the events. I believe everything that in that book as history and stuff is true. I take it literal. I don't know what they call me. There's so many names they call me now, but just don't call me late for dinner. But whatever it is, I take it as a literal book. Now, there are times when Jesus talks in parables and stories and stuff. I get that. And there are some things maybe you can conject that it's metaphorically. But the whole idea that it's described, there's a period in time when there'll be a famine in the land, and it won't be of food or water. It'll be of the Word of God. And what I read in that is the book can change. Why can the book change? Because it was written by men recording what they heard and saw. In addition to that, it was in Aramaic, and then translated to Hebrew, and then translated to, I don't know how many other languages before we got the King James that I read, which in addition, King James decided to put his name on it and just putting his name on it can make people turned off to it. There's now 66 books, so we know some were taken out. God references some of the other texts like Enoch and stuff, so we know that there's other things. We know the book's been messed with. We know that it's been translated. We know that it can potentially have already mistakes before we ever picked it up. But here's what we know. We know that if we've known it, read it, and had it in our hearts, and when it changes and we see it, that's one of the things God warned us about, that there will be these changes and stuff, because like Jen said, if you couldn't do it, there shouldn't be any discussion of a punishment. And in addition to that, the whole idea that the Word of God can't change. The Word of God isn't changing. He spoke everything into existence, and it's still resonating to this day.
That's right.
And when Jesus comes back, he comes back with what? A sword from his mouth. And when God does things, he does it with his mouth. It's the spoken word. It's what they taught us opposite. Sticks and stones, but words don't mean anything. No, words is so important. And the fact that we can see the changes, that book that was written can change, doesn't mean the message is missing. And it doesn't dismiss that book, because there's some people that go, if you talk like this, I'm done with you, because it dismisses the whole book. But no, what I'm saying is, as a watcher or witness or whatever we are, the book is changing. You better get your nose in it before it's unreadable, because God says you'll look for it and you won't find it. And that's how I read that passage. in my head. And it doesn't make me want to not read the Bible. In fact, it makes me want to read it now faster before it's completely illegible.
Well, like for me, if I went to look for the lion and the lamb in Isaiah 11:6, I could not find it. So, because it cannot be found now. I have that verse written on my heart. I have a lot of songs that I have memorized that I know the words by heart, and they've changed, you know. But I because it's written on my heart, I can see and hear, you know, notice the changes as well. I've never said to anybody that they should discount the Bible or ever even hinted in any kind of way that you should not read the Bible because it's changing, or don't trust the Bible because it's changing. What I'm saying is that something's taking place supernaturally, and this is clear sign, one of the signs that we should be looking for, so we can be prepared to know that time is short. You know, none of us are going to know the time, the day, or the hour. But there are signs for us to look for. And this is a supernatural sign that is taking place. Lucifer's given the time, allowed the time to divide the times and change the laws and stuff. And this is what's happening across the board. We're seeing nations being forced into these new laws, changing laws to be completely inverted from the natural order of things. I think that whether you've ever read the Bible and you know the Bible, or you don't know the Bible, what's important here is that you have a connection, a relationship with God the Father and Jesus Christ. That's what it all boils down to. But if you do read the book, you would know that these key verses have changed. And, you know, when pastors and people who are, you know, really warriors for this whole thing that's going on, but then they kind of glaze over the changes and move on and don't even point it out or acknowledge that this has changed. I don't, to me, that is the elect being deceived.
Right. Can I interject here, Jen? Because the way I see it is, since we don't understand how this quantum effect works, it changes for people at different timelines.
Yes.
Like the things that I'm talking about or other people are talking about had changed for people years ago. And so when there was a question, Gabrielle, how do you send new, because that's the main concern. That's when people get upset, when I'm trying to preach the exact same thing as the other people, but they get upset because they're afraid I'm going to turn people off. I need to discuss this very important question, because when I read the Bible the first time was in, my book's right here. It's 2018, I believe. And the first thing I did is I read Revelation. Don't do that. If you're going to start the Bible, don't start right there. Yeah, August of 2018 is when I got my Bible. And that book will scare you and you won't understand it. You got to get context of the rest of it. Now, you also don't have to read it from beginning to end in order, because it's actually not in order sometimes. And sometimes it repeats, because like when you get into the Gospels, there's a bunch of people talking about the same thing they saw, you know, Luke and Matthew and so forth. And so because I had just read it for the first time, KJV 2018 from cover to cover, then I decided to go through it again. And of course, you know, you find more things each time I read a passage, and I'll hear something, or because I'll listen to it too. Instead of music, I'll just play the Bible and I can listen to it. They have free apps, and I'll read it or listen to it, and all of a sudden I'll go, wow, I didn't remember hearing that. Because as humans, we tune things out. You know, like you can drive from your house to work and not know how you got there, because it's sort of a self-hypnosis. And so when I would hear new things, that's different. But all of a sudden, something would happen, and it's like a rock to the head, because it had changed. Now, the first time in 2018 I read it, I distinctly know that I'm going to turn my camera up, because I'm doing that slow motion in the past again. Okay. So when I first read it through, then the second time I read it through, and I came across the passage where God tells Moses that, you know, because if he looks at him, it's like in Raiders of the Lost Ark, his face will melt or he'll die. And so I think it's working. Okay, good. And so he says, I'm going to put you in the crack of this, melted building, but he's going to put you in the crack of this mountain or whatever, and cover it with my hand and walk past you. And now the next time I read it, it says, and I'll move my hand away and you'll see my back parts. And I look through all the different translations, and it's all the same. It says but. And of course, we've talked about it on this show. If you look at the Sistine Chapel, there's that picture of God showing his butt. And so I was a 13-year-old kid at one time. We were just talking about it today. My grandson's here. He's like 3. And he looked at a doll and he went, look at the butt. Okay. It's something that we do as little boys. It's funny to us. Mm-hmm. I would have known that it said that, because the second time when I read through it, and it was just within months of reading it the first time, it said that. And I stopped and I went to my wife and I said, this is weird. Why would he say that? I don't remember him, because it made me laugh. I'm like, what? God shows us
the changes are so profane in a mannerism that if I didn't read that part, I never read that part, and I was a new reader and I was reading it, that would come off immediately to me as, yeah, that don't seem right. Like, why was that in there like that? So the changes that are taking place, my advice to new Christians coming into this and learning about Jesus and the Bible is that if the pastors would acknowledge this, that this is a sign of the times and what's happening, that they could be brought into the flock, if you will, armed with the knowledge of where we're at and what's happening. That, supernaturally, this is a sign that is taking place. That, not saying that you can't trust it, because you can trust it. It says that it's going to be changed, that this is a time that we're going to be in where we're going to experience this stuff. And here we are. And it's even more amazing that people are going to come to Jesus at this point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That I think that, we should all still be reading it. And like I was telling CFM on the phone, I mean, these changes, they're obvious. You know what I mean? It's like you come out of your mother's matrix instead of her womb now. Like, if I was a first-time reader, like, I never even knew that verse. But when I was studying it, and a lot of the verses that have changed, I've never even read. I just know it's like, yeah, that's not right. There's something not right about that. So, not saying that I don't trust this book anymore. I'm saying that this book has had a supernatural event take place with it. And we need to acknowledge this.
And that's exactly it. So the book is there, the message is there, because just know the God that we believe in, he could get his message through no matter what they've done to that book. Okay. And the fact that it's turning, like you said, almost satanic, like they're discussing of piss and feces and stuff, and eating feces, and and homosexuality's in there now, and all this. And in fact, whenever you decide to take a break, I just posted, I redid my video I did of the Bible changes from 2 years ago. And there was a few mistakes that I noticed. I took them out and I put in some new things. Because, for instance, the famous line, it's Job. It's, again, probably my favorite book in the Bible. There's so much to break down in that book. But when he's losing everything, they call it rent their clothes. They rip their clothes, and exasperating, he just says, what? In my mind, I remember, and it's so famous, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. That's and right. Then it had not changed in as many times as I've read that book, it had not changed until, what was it, a year ago, I think I was going through something and I pulled that up, and damned if it wasn't now, the Lord gave and hath taken. It's in the past tense.
Wow.
And again, it's like someone throws a rock at you and you go, whoa, wait a minute. And so even if you've never read the Bible, there's a chance, because I had never heard really anything about it. It was all brand new information to me. There's a chance that maybe it's not changed yet, and then it will change. And then you'll see what we're talking about. And there's also a chance that some people have always seen it the new way. I don't understand how any of this works. God talks about scales and how he closes eyes and opens some. And there's this one story where a guy's on a donkey and he's heading down this road and he's not supposed to go. And there's an angel that's going to kill him, only he can't see it and the donkey can. And every time he tries to go forward, the donkey smashes him into the wall to where he's ready to kill the donkey. And then the angel reveals himself, and the guy can see the donkey was saving his life. And so my point is, two people can look at the same thing at the same time and see something different, and it doesn't make them a deceiver. It doesn't make them it doesn't make them a bad person at all. No, they don't see it, And we just have to wait until they understand what we're saying. Because if they are reading the same book that we are and they are believing the way we are, eventually there's going to be a passage that they'll stop on and it'll look at them just weird and they'll go, wow, I don't remember it like that. And that's the moment you got to realize, don't listen to the people saying you're misremembering. Things can change. That book can change. God's word, absolutely not. God will never be a liar because this whole thing falls apart. And the same thing with Jesus. If he's a liar, the whole thing falls apart. But this book, the printed words on this, yes, they can be manipulated because God told us they could.
Yeah.
That's my idea.
And if you have it written on your heart, then it won't change. Like, I remember The Lion and the Lamb. I went to 12 years of Catholic high school. Okay. 12 years of Catholic school, including high school together. And that's every day having religion class, guys. Every Wednesday we went to church services. Never have I ever learned anything about a wolf dwelling with a lamb ever. That was never like that. Now, there are people that say that they remember both, and there's people that say they only remember the wolf. So none of us can actually nail down the parameters and rules to this Mandela effect, if you will, because this is the confusion time that we are in. It's like the Tower of Babel, where people are talking to each other, but they can't understand what they're saying. We're all reading from the same book, but we all have different memories now and stuff like that. And the book's saying something completely different. This is a time of confusion that we are in. And I think it's really important for people to acknowledge this, and more seasoned Christians could help the new people coming in that want to read the book and stuff, help them to understand, well, this is what's going on. Because right up until the very end, you're going to have new people coming in. But we have to be vigilant and tell the people what's going on and help them recognize and understand and tell them the way it really was and stuff. I think we should be standing up for the Bible, not steering people away from it, because this is definitely a sign of the times that we are in, and how that we should be ready and armored up.
And one of the questions, of course, I continually ask God, why me? Why are you using me to do this? And when I think about it now, again, anybody doesn't know my origin story, Jewish kid growing up, I learned the Torah so I could get bar mitzvah and you get some money. And you meet a bunch of relatives you will never see again. And then, but it was in another language. I had to learn Hebrew. And then, of course, they make it with no vowels when you go to read it. So it just messes with your head and you get so frustrated you never want to read it again. So they never told me that the Torah is the part of the Bible. It's the Old Testament. I didn't know. I was reading the same book. Because when Jesus shows up, they say, all right, it's time to take the book, close it up, put it on the shelf. It has nothing to do with us anymore. And so when I read the Bible, for me, the first time was, 4 years ago, I guess, 2018, 5 years ago. And so when people tell me I'm misremembering, the problem with that argument, for me anyways, is the second time I started seeing the changes, it was just months after it. And in fact, I wrote down on my book when I met God, when I found him, he was waiting for me when I got saved. Anybody that's been saved, it's not anything special. I mean, it's incredibly special, but anyone can do it. And all I did was I got at my lowest point in the world I ever had been, and I just cried out and said, if you're real, I need your help. And that's all it is, because he says he knocks at the door, he's waiting for you to open it. And so I apparently opened it. And so for me, reading the Bible constantly for the next few years, I'm seeing the changes. I didn't read Lion and the Lamb and think of because of a song. I saw it. I didn't think that I know for a fact. I have it on my video when it says there will be, and the God's coming back, there'll be 2 men in a field, and one will be taken and one will be left. And there'll be 2 women grinding at the mill, one taken, one left. And now it's completely sexualized homosexuality. It now says there will be 2 men in a bed. Yep. And then it says there will be 2 women grinding. The mill is gone.
So pause it right there. Who would do something like that? Who would be profane like that and perverse like that? You know who? We know who.
So that's the thing. If I'm misremembering it, man, I have a horrible memory because it changed in like a month or 2, however long it took me to read it the second time. And that's when I did a video on it like 2 years ago, and we'll play it eventually when you go to break or something. But yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. For me, the same. Growing up in different families, one family was a what is it? Jehovah. They worshipped like Jehovah, and all the depiction was lion and the lamb always. And after I've been with a family that were Christian, and it's also the same. I never know that song you were talking about. Everybody
Yeah.
referenced. I don't know the song. Never heard it. But for me, it was always the lion and the lamb, never the wolf. So
yeah, there was never a wolf in the equation anywhere.
No. And I find it interesting too. The change on that is fascinating because first it was the lion lays with the lamb, which is a protection, and now it's the wolf dwells. So
Dwells
it's like
with
it's a warning.
It's a warning. It's a clear message. I've always felt that way about it, and it's a true statement, in my opinion. Also, the two men in bed together and the two women grind. These are true statements. This is where we're at, guys. And it's all coming to fruition. I think this whole thing is extremely important for us to be aware of, to recognize, to share it. I don't care if people think we're crazy. I think the elect is being deceived because these pastors and preachers and whatnot like that are not acknowledging that this is happening. They're even stumbling upon these verses themselves and stumbling right over it and moving on. They know in their heart that something wasn't right there. For them to go and acquiesce to it and just go right over it and move on with their flock is, I'd say, doing a disservice to this apocalypse that we are in, because the apocalypse is happening through us. We are the apocalypse, and we are witnessing this. We are witnesses to this, and to deny being a witness looks to me like the elect being deceived. Because what does that even look like, the elect being deceived? I think this is what we're seeing in this particular case here.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. People are so concerned that we're pushing people away. I'm saying, no, run as fast as you can and grab a book. I go with the KJV, but those are sometimes hard to read. But the farther you get away from this, the more jumbled it gets anyways. But grab it now before we can't read it. God says there's a time. And that's why I think part of this quantum effect thing is to wake us up. And the Bible is the most important one to wake us up, because, whether Curious George had a tail or not, he did. But whether he had it or not, it doesn't change your life. But right. If this written word is changing, it means we're in a certain part of this book at the very end. And he warned us to watch for this. So if you don't want to know whether or not Dolly had braces and you say, who cares? You should care that this book's changing, because that's a huge deal.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got this etching that I found.
Of course, you have an etching. I love it.
A couple of years ago, I made the breakdown, but I couldn't find the source and a better version of it. But you can see. I don't know if you see it.
Yeah.
All right. So it's called the 7 Castles of Satan, of the devil, but here they I know it's hard to read, but they say everything.
Hold on, let me take this banner off here and we'll see it.
Maybe you won't be able to see it because it's
still kind of blurry.
Yeah, the quality is not that good.
But it does say Satan in there. I see that in gargantuan.
Yeah, Satan is here. This is Satan. Look, this is the representation of Satan.
And what's that in the background? Is that a volcano? Is that a tower?
This is Satan looking at what his work is doing.
Let's do a breakdown on that for a second. Okay, so first of all, who is it? Alpha Talks? One of those guys does a whole thing on the clown gestures and stuff.
Yeah.
So you got that going on. In addition, it almost looks like that mask they do for Anonymous, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. The Guy Fawkes mask.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's controlled for sure. But if you see, all that's happening right now is depicted in this etching that was, I don't even know the day. I need to search the title, but you can see
he's got he looks like he's got those weird bunny ears on his head.
Yeah,
that's weird too.
Yeah, but that's what's all going. Look, the destruction, people there, lightning, the Tower of Babel,
like Vesuvius, like a volcano.
Melted stuff here.
Oh, yeah.
I won't say what's going on here, but We
Oh,
all
look
get
at
sick.
that, dude! They're chasing after him with these huge syringes.
Exactly.
Wow.
Look here, China fighting or something.
China
Here, a
doing-
guy dressed as a woman.
OMG.
Marrying.
Look at that. How old is this thing?
I don't know. It's 1500s or something.
Wow.
The bear family hiding in
bears.
caves.
Pocket of survival.
Bear, yeah. A giant.
It's the Berenstein Bears.
Yeah, right.
That's who
Bears,
it is.
the bear community that.
That was the first one that hit me, by the way, as far as quantum effects was Berenstein
Yeah.
Bears. Again, growing up Jewish, when you saw a name Steen, you're like, oh, one of my peeps, you know. But then they changed to Stein. It's weird.
No, Stain.
Or Stain, yeah,
Yeah,
Stain.
Stain. Because I thought it was Berenstein, not Berenstein, but now it's Stain. AIN.
Yeah, like a stain on the carpet. Yeah, weird.
And this one is like a couple, like fighting or courting, but not with his wife, and like cheating on his.
Oh yeah.
And once again, it's I think the judgment of God, because every time we see one of these things, there's a lightning bolt coming down, messing stuff up.
Uh-huh.
And very Tower of Babelish looking in the back. Who's up on the
Yeah,
top?
it says, yeah, it says that here. He said, the Tower of Babel. It is a Tour de Babel, Tower of Babel. Babel. Yeah, it's right there. It's crazy.
That's very true.
Guys, eyes are so bloodshot now.
They are so bloodshot.
That's very true.
I can't believe it. That is a Mandela effect right there.
That it happened live while we were. I mean, over the course of time, how many times have we played that?
And the picture on the Sistine Chapel with God's butt. What do I type in for that? What do I got? I got to bring that up.
Well, if you pull up the Sistine Chapel where Adam and God are, it's right next to it. It's in my video. I have that picture. Let's see.
Oh, so the video I have up that you put in the private chat?
Yeah. It's just,
Okay.
but that one I figured you'd play when you wanted to do, because sometimes you do commercials or whatever.
Oh, okay. Because I wanted
But
to
here, I
show
can
that.
show you where it is. I'll bring it up. I have it on my screen here.
Yeah, absolutely. Because guys, we looked at this and God's butt was draped with some kind of white covering, and it was like, or kind of like they're sagging. You know how they sag today, sagging, sagging, and all this stuff. Well, it was sagging. You could see some crack, and like the top part of the cheeks. But now, hold on, I'm bringing it up. Here we go. All right. Now, hello, there's no sheet there at all.
No.
And you can almost see up under the butt crack up in there.
Yeah, you got the sun's out and a full moon.
Exactly.
But see, that's the thing. So, like I said, when I was reading through, when Moses goes up on the mountain the second time through, and it says, "Hey, you'll see my back parts," I was like, "That's so bizarre." And then I don't even remember. I'm trying to remember how we came about this, but this was a picture I took. We were blessed to be able to go see these paintings on the ceiling, and it's right next to God and Adam. I mean, it's like a whole panel of things. I think God and Adam is either down here or over here. It's very close. And the whole idea is this. There was room of hundreds of people. We're all staring up, and we're literally staring almost at this panel because the God and Adam that everyone wants to see is like right near this. And not a single person said anything, and including the guy that's doing the tour. They made sure to yell no selfie sticks. I don't know why. But other than that, he didn't say anything. I mean, wouldn't it be like, and above you, there's the painting of God and Adam, and next to it, God's butt. You know what I mean? It's like, it's so shocking. This got introduced to my reality, and I never heard of this before.
And the whole butt is out. The whole butt. It's not even half covered like I kind of remember it like.
Yeah, when you and I started it, Jen, it was like, I swear it was around here.
Yes.
And now, then it dropped. Now, I mean, dear God, we're getting close. Dear God, sorry, God, but we're getting close to seeing, like,
the family jewels under there. Yeah.
It's really, this is blasphemous to me. It's shocking.
Blasphemous, yes. And in the homosexual community, this is inviting.
And so now you're saying that this has always been this way and God's always said you'll see his butt in the Bible. I can't take that route. I'm sorry. And I'm not disparaging anyone that says, no, I've always read it that way, because I don't know how it works. All I'm saying is I can't go for that. No can do.
I can't go for that. I can't go for that, yeah.
Exactly.
No can do.
No can do. Oh, yeah. This is no bueno right here. And that we should recognize this. And if there is people that are coming in that are new to this and new to the scripture and whatnot, we should be pointing this out and as diligent Christians or whatever believers in the Father and point this out and tell people and not let them get led astray.
Like, for instance, this one. Again, for me, it wasn't about a song. It wasn't about a poster. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of things that they can tell me why I'm misremembering. But for me, I wasn't misremembering because I read it and then I reread it. And then the nonsense happened the last few years where they said that there was this stuff going around that you can catch so easily and you'll die. And originally in China, like as soon as you got it, like I think you bled from your ears and your nose and you fell on your face. What? Of course, we never saw that again. But in any case, this psalm, for he will deliver you from the snare of the fowler and the deadly pestilence. And that's how I remember it. But of course, we didn't see that. We saw it on the Tell Lies vision. And now it says the noisome pestilence. Like it's not real, right?
No, it reminds me of that governor in California, Newsom.
Yeah.
Like he's a nuisance.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But to me, deadly is a huge difference
from noisome.
This means if you turned off the Tell Lies vision, it's no longer deadly in my mind. So, but yeah, I cover it like there's Matrix. There's 5 instances, and this is the one. See, it's now 2 men in a bed and 2 women grinding. Not in my reality. It was never that. It was never that.
Man. See, now grinding in the olden days was grinding some wheat and stuff. Now today in modern times, grinding is twerking and dirty dancing.
There's actually, they call that when 2 women are doing this, they're grinding. Where this used to see grinding at the mill.
Yeah.
It's the only reason it made sense. And this was 2 men in a field. They weren't in the bed together. Come on, people. You know that. You know that. And how about the fact...
Where did the field go? You know where the field went? To Sally Field. That's where the field went.
Boom, baby.
This is why these actors... This is why, because they're all in on it. They're all part of the agenda. And this is how the name has to go somewhere.
And how about this? Of course, you can look up Alleluia, which I remember Hallelujah, and you can find thousands. There's articles that say that, and Hallelujah is written in so many of the Psalms or Proverbs. It's not there. Doesn't occur once in the Bible now, which actually means praise Yah. It doesn't occur in the Bible anymore. You can look it up. In addition to that, this is the big one for me that just happened. The Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away. And it's not there either. It's now saying, where is it? The Lord gave, past tense, like he's not going to do it anymore. He already did it, and he hath taken away. No, the Lord gave, no, the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh. Like it can happen to you today.
That's right.
That's the whole idea.
Because today,
everything that you have is a blessing from God. You didn't do it. Yeah, maybe your moxie and your intelligence and whatever and your heart, you were able to do that, but it was by the grace of God that you did it. And if you screw up, he can take it away. That's what it says. Not taken like it already happened. It can happen to you tomorrow. It's a big change to me.
Exactly.
Or how about, I remember him dying, of course, on the cross. And when I think of it, it's really hard to think of what he actually did for us. It's amazing. But of course, now he dies on a tree in Acts. Hanged on a tree, hanged on a tree, hanged on a tree.
Yeah. So what did he do? Did he carry a tree up the hill?
Yeah. And this one is a big one. Judge lest you be judged. And now it's, of course, like almost the opposite. It's judge not that you be not judged. Like what the heck? It doesn't even make sense.
All inclusive. Be all tolerant. It's changing along with the times that are changing. And this is the dividing of the time and the laws and everything. This is exactly what we're seeing happen here.
And this you can find online. It's the 1611. Of course, the coding is 911 online. I was blessed by a beautiful Muslim friend of mine. He gave me this. It's an actual KJV from the 1800s. So when people say, oh, well, it's a new version, and my Bible goes back to the 1800s. And on this page, someone did an etching. I'm sure it's one of Shepu's etchings he has. Someone did an etching, and it shows it the way I remember the Lord's Prayer. And when I hear it, oh my God, that's the thing. It makes you, it warms your heart when you hear it the right way. And trespasses. The only reason I knew about trespasses as a kid was because I knew this passage. Even if you weren't Christian or read the Bible, you'd heard this passage in everything. You'd seen it and whatever. And it was always trespasses. Well, this is in my 1800s Bible. And in addition to that, there's this page where it's in there too. But on the exact opposite page. So you got this on one side and you got this on the other, where it says, the actual passage now says debts and debtors. And people will say to me, well, but wait, on line 14, it says forgive their trespasses. You're misremembering. No, I'm remembering the same thing as everyone else is. In the Lord's Prayer, he says, forgive our trespasses as we forgive our trespassers. That's what it said in my head, in my heart, and you'll never convince me I'm misremembering, and I'm sorry if you've always seen it this way. Maybe you've always seen it this way, but for me, it'll always be this way.
Right. So this confusion, these changes are causing division and strife between people as well. So, I mean, it's multifaceted, this event that's taking place, but I mean, it's definitely a supernatural sign of the times that we're in, and it should not be ignored. And it's not just the Bible that's changing. The Quran's changing. Other Vedic texts and stuff I've heard are changing. It's across the whole gamut. But when you see these religious texts that are changing and stuff, and it's talking about this time that we were going to be coming upon, and that we need to be vigilant and ready for what's coming up. And this is where we are, guys.
And the fact that this says, I fixed this, by the way. I had this wrong because I told you there's multiple gospels. And I had mixed it up, John versus Matthew, I think it was. And I was saying, I think he said couch, because that's another thing. There's couches in the Bible now. They didn't exist in their time. But
so now he says, pick up your couch and let's go.
No, actually, I got that wrong, and I fixed it when I redid this video. Here he says, the way I remember it, there's a gentleman that he cannot get to the healing water. He's lame, and everyone gets in front of him. And Jesus shows up and says, what's the matter? Why are you so sad? And he says, well, I can't get there. And of course, God, Jesus touches him and says, now arise, pick up your mat and walk. But now when you read that passage, it's now a bed. See? And you can say, oh, maybe it's this new version you're looking at. That's actually the KJV 1611, but my Bible that's sitting right next to me from the 1800s, it now says bed. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I watched part of that new show out called The Chosen. And the part that I had caught is this whole thing with the lame guy trying to get to the fountain, and Jesus comes up to him in the show even and tells him to pick up his mat and let's go.
Yeah. Well, now it's bed. And in addition to that, unicorns are now in the Bible 7 times. Piss.
We just happen to have unicorns everywhere in the world, all over the kids' stuff. Unicorns and rainbows everywhere. Now they're in the Bible.
Aliens in the Bible 12 times now. So, anyways, on and on and on. Matrix 5 times. But we can always watch that video later. So, but that's my information on that. How do we get out of this thing? So the thing is if I sound heated, it's not because I'm angry at anyone. Please understand me. I get heated because I'm seeing the changes. You can't tell me I'm misremembering because it's happening live. It's happening within months or years of each other. It's not like I remembered a song from 100 years ago or whatever. I read it and it changed. There's a passage where it says God beats off out of the river or something. come on, it's getting so ridiculous now. There's a whole passage about how there's these men that have like the issues of horses and stuff. Like, no pastor could read this out loud at a church if that was always in there. And so I'm sorry if you haven't seen the changes or if you still don't see them. But for me, it's changing, and I need to answer to God, not whoever's on YouTube. And if I'm seeing the changes and I don't say anything, I have to meet God and explain why. And remember what he says. When judgment comes, where does he start? He starts with the church. He starts with the people that knew better and ignored it or did nothing about it. And when I have to meet him, I don't want to have to explain why I didn't talk about this. So I'm going to speak out, even at my own peril of people being mad at me or shutting off my show, whatever. I haven't done this for money. I haven't done this for popularity, obviously. I've done it because God put it in my heart. Why? Because I need to wake up people for my grandchildren because they need help. And if we don't do it, who's going to do it? If the church gets revived during these times, who's leading the charge? Well, it's got to be us. So, hello? Jen left.
Oh, I'm right here. No, I'm right here.
That was so too funny.
Right here.
The drop.
Just trying not to
Can we
cough on
find
the
it?
camera.
I tell you what, I'm going to get something to drink because I need to.
Yeah, I was thinking we should take a break. I know we just kind of skimmed through your video, but do you want to just we could just let it play?
I put it in the chat there for you so you
I
can
already got it. Yeah, I got
Perfect.
it up. Let me
It's on my backup channels. For anybody that, please, if you watch this, click on my backup channel because if I should ever go down on my main channel, then that's where you'll see me. So, thanks.
All right, here we go.
The ceiling fans? Very attractive.
Another area of discussion was religion. This is an avowed atheist speaking. And he said, religion is not necessarily bad. A lot of people seem to need religion with its mysteries and rituals, so they will have religion. But the major religions of today have to be changed because they are not compatible with the changes to come. The old religions will have to go, especially Christianity. Once the Roman Catholic Church is brought down, the rest of Christianity will follow easily. Then a new religion can be accepted for use all over the world. It will incorporate something from all of the old ones to make it more easy for people to accept it and feel at home in it. Most people won't be too concerned with religion. They will realize that they don't need it. In order to do this, the Bible will be changed. It will be rewritten to fit the new religion. Gradually, key words will be replaced with new words having various shades of meaning. Then the meaning attached to the new word can be close to the old word. And as time goes on, other shades of meaning of that word can be emphasized, and then gradually that word replaced with another word.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Because a vision softly creeping left its scenes while I was sleeping, and the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence. In restless dreams I walked alone, narrow streets of cobblestone, neath the halo of a street lamp. I turned my collar to the cold and damp. When my eyes were stabbed by the flash of a neon light that split the night and touched the sound of silence. And in the naked light I saw 10,000 people, maybe more. People talking without speaking. People hearing without listening. People writing songs and voices never shared. And no one dared disturb the sound of silence. Fool said I, you do not know. Silence like a cancer grows. Hear my words that I might teach you. Take my arms that I might reach you. But my words, like silent raindrops fell, echoed in the wells of silence. And the people bowed and prayed to the neon god they made. And the sign flashed out his warning, and the words that it was forming. And the sign said the words of the prophets are written on the subway walls and tenement halls, and whispered in the sound of silence.
Be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all to stand. Stand therefore, having your loins girt about with truth, and having on the breastplate of righteousness, and your feet shod with the preparation of the gospel of peace.
Satellite tracking continues.
Oh, hey guys, we back.
Hello?
Okay, sorry.
Hello?
Was that a
And
commercial?
I'm gonna put that in the chat. If you want to see it, that's my backup channel. And make sure, if you do like what we're doing, sub and subscribe that one too, and like it, right?
Yeah,
But,
absolutely.
what did you think? I don't know if you watched any of it, but yeah.
No, it was really good. And I remember we used to play that song with Steve on the
Yes,
openings
yeah.
to our shows and stuff. And he would always play like Destiny's Lab and stuff.
And he's doing good, by the way. He called me. That's what the phone call was. You were asking about Shepu. He called during the show, so he's just not doing YouTube for a while. He's really extremely busy at home, and I understand. So, but yeah. So anybody, if you want to find that, it's on my backup channel. I put in the chat. Rockfin people, it's over on Rockfin, so you should be able to find them. And yeah, so that was the thing. I mean, I updated it a bit. I just fixed it and redid it last night. Oh, thanks, Bliss.
Yeah.
But that was 2 years ago, because that's how impacted I was getting with these changes. I couldn't take it anymore, and I had to speak out. And I have to say something too. It's very distressing to people, believers in Jesus that have read that book, to hear that it's changing or to see it's changing. I get people like you both do, I'm sure, that write to me, and thank you anybody that's ever written to me. But I got a story of someone that they couldn't take it anymore, and they lost their partner because their partner just couldn't take the changes, and it's sad.
Wow.
It's really sad because the best gift we have from God is our life, and the fact that he took his because he couldn't handle the mental strain of this book changing.
Wow.
And so that's why it's so important to keep an eye on this.
Yeah.
It's bigger than anything. It's bigger than the rest of the quantum effects. It's bigger than where you live. It's bigger than anything. The fact that God exists and the times that we're in shows it by this book changing, not the Word of God, this particular book. And that's why it's so important to check it out now before you can't see it.
And it's interesting to see the perversity, if that's even a word, of the change.
Well, it is now.
And how you could see how it's mocking Jesus. Like at I don't know the verse, but I know that where it talks about them taking Jesus down off the cross and placing him in the tomb. Now they say they took it down from the cross and put it in the tomb.
And that's what something similar to that I was going to bring up when I get into my tabs and stuff. So.
Yeah. So, I mean, just the overall changes themselves are mocking in nature and perverse in nature. And I think even if you never read the Bible and you come upon these verses, instinctively, you're going to know, I think that it doesn't sound right. Something's not right.
Right.
So, and it is one of the most important things, especially for us to witness. I think it's important to witness this. Maybe all of us come along at different levels of witnessing things. Witnessing the elect being deceived is definitely an interesting thing to see. And it's people you would never even have expected because they seem to see everything you see right up until a certain point, and it's usually the Bible. And then it's like they make a left turn. And so the elect being deceived is really interesting to see that happening and witness that. There could be other things that are happening that I haven't even picked up on yet that other witnesses are already seeing. I don't know how this all works.
No.
All I know is I'm grateful every day that, God has, making the Holy Spirit work through me, and I can see this stuff. It's like when I came upon the spellcasting codes of choreography, and I knew in that Adam Ant song, Smooth Criminal, that they were dancing spellcasting codes, which were sigil dancing is what it's called. And it just came to me like I was breaking it all down, and it just seemed like God just put it all together in my head, and it was like I could see it. And I don't know where it came from.
Isn't that great?
It's amazing. And then I even found proof to back up what I was saying. And then you start looking at Michael Jackson and Britney Spears, and all of their intricate moves are actually sigils, manifest in reality that they're creating. And then you have all the people behind them cheering these people on in these concerts and all this stuff. You're just conjuring more of this type of demon entity that they're channeling. Britney Spears is known for doing one of these in every one of her dances. She always wanted to put her hands up like that, which represents Lucifer. Also that bunny rabbit thing that we see there with the ears like Danny Darko and stuff. It's all symbolic of this type of, dark Luciferian stuff that they're in. And they want us to all join in as well. That's why these pop songs are so popular. These performances, halftime performances, and intricate dance moves that they do. Do you ever wonder why they go out of their way to? I mean, the dance moves look cool and stuff, but nobody looks deeper than that and let people be deceived. So your energy is being focused on them. You're idling them as worshiping them as an idol. And yeah, it's just crazy.
And the reason that we like what they do is they're good at it. That's why Satan chooses them. They're very talented at what they do. We talk about it all the times. Some of our favorite handlers, I call them, because they're put in there because they're good at what they do. Their music, their acting, whatever. That's why they're there. And then every once in a while, they throw the agenda in your face just to remember who they work for.
They all do this just to fascinate you, to take all your attention, and to want to become just like them, and just
fascination.
build your life.
That word word fascinate is from witchcraft. That's what they use. It's a spell called fascination. They fascinate they captivate you and fascinate you.
Yeah, and these commandments on the tables now, they're no longer tablets. We're not supposed to have any other gods or idols. And so as Christians or whatever you want to label, I hate the labels, but whatever we are, the believers in God of the Bible, they teach us that we needed to get rid of all of our idols. And so everyone did. They got rid of, whatever the different idols that they were creating, Buddhas and all that stuff. And then what do? They go to Hollywood and they go to YouTube, and those become their new idols. And it's like, you're not even listening to the book. I'm telling you right now, anyone that's listening to the sound of my voice, look into everything I'm saying. Don't listen to me. Don't idolize me, please. I know nothing. God woke me up a few years ago, and he put it in my heart to turn this camera on, because if I don't do it, I'm going to have to explain to him what the hell was I doing instead. And I have to do this in order to not get that wrath. Because when you turn on a camera and you become a preacher or whatever it is you call us, God says, you better have your stuff in order, because I'm coming for you first. And so when judgment comes, he's going to the church. And if you're misrepresenting him, it's almost, well, it's not as bad as when you hurt a child. When you hurt a child, it's a millstone tied to your neck to the bottom of the ocean. But we're next. And so you better be preaching from your heart.
Yes, let it not be said that we stood by and did nothing. It's going to come. And these parents, they really got to start thinking about what they're exposing their children to, and realize that this is not just some cultural mindset, this liberalism or whatever like that, which could be considered a mental disease. But
and because I have my grandchildren visiting, I just talked about this. I do this not because I want to be ostracized by my family or friends, or completely making no money on this. I do this because someone needs to speak up for them.
Yeah.
And if it's not us, who?
We're the ones we've been waiting for. We have to do this. Jesus is here working through us. I mean, if sitting back trying to wait for Jesus to come back and him sort it all out, we're the frontline warriors here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not bragging, but I feel like I've always been somewhat ahead of the curve, always looking back, trying to pull everybody along with me for these last 20 years. I've been awake.
We're not supposed to be slaves. We're supposed to be soldiers.
Yeah, and that's what I feel like I am. I'm like a soldier, an apostle, being called out by God to, bring out these truths that have been hidden from us. Like the melted buildings and stuff. This is why I've been so passionate about it. Why have they been hiding God's creation? Why have they been hiding God's judgment? And is this going to come again? Clearly the book says it is, and it doesn't seem like it's too far away.
No.
Yeah. All of what's going on right now, it's not for us, It's to fashion the future generation, and what we do is not for us also. And we do it for the next generation to know.
They're not doing it for us. They're waiting for us to disappear. They're doing it not even for my children. They're doing it for our grandchildren, because they're going to grow up in a world that has no God, that has AI running everything. And they think that there's boogeymans and viruses and nukes and all kinds of scary things. When if you read the Bible, God says more than anything in the Bible, fear nothing but him. And people skew that and go, oh, see, you got a big bag, scary God. No, it's like a parent. He's like, if you listen to me, I'll take care of everything else and you'll have no fear. And that's what we need to remember. And don't forget this. The fallen angels came down a third. That means 2/3 are still working for us through God. We outnumber them. We outpower them, because God and Jesus have already overcome. And we got to stop acting like slaves and start acting like we've won this war and get in the fight. And if that only means that you pray every day, then that's what I'm talking about. You don't have to turn on a camera, but damn it, get praying.
Yep.
That's what we're supposed to do.
I pray every day, every minute of the day. When I'm not focused on something like particular, like saying cooking a meal or doing whatever, and even during those times, I'm praying all the time now. I find myself just constantly thanking Jesus, even if it's just a little thing like that. I'm always saying, looking around and just everything, just thanking Jesus and the Creator, the Father. It's
Well, when you look
very-
at all the things that are going on with the power outages and all the weather warfare that's going on, who in this chat took a warm shower this week?
Yep,
Have you
yep.
thank God for that? Have you ever taken an ice cold shower? It's no bueno.
No bueno, yeah.
Do you think about these things? Thank you, God, that I've got a warm shower today. Thank you, God, that I have food in my belly today.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we take things for granted.
Yeah, like I felt like, I asked you the other day, I said, do you feel like you're on your purpose when you're doing this?
Yeah.
And you said yes. And that's exactly how
You
I
know
feel
what we
about
both said? We said 100%.
100%, yes. And I couldn't imagine doing anything else. I've always felt like this is it. This is my niche. This is where I fit. And this is where I can get the message out. And I could have never told you 7 years ago that I would be here now talking about all this and putting it together the way I'm seeing it and stuff. And
well, how about the fact that I even know you guys and gals and couches? I mean, I wouldn't have known. I know people all over the world.
Yeah.
And my dad, when he was alive, he said, wow, it's like the new ham radio. I talked to people in all different countries, including Red Storm in Australia. I talked to all and Shepu's in France, and you were, God knows what country you're in, Beirut or something. But you know what I mean? It's like you talk to people all over the world.
He's in France. Yes.
Yeah, Jen is really she's not Italian. She's
No, but think about it. Like I said, I was some little Jewish kid, never read the Bible. Look at me. I'm wearing a shirt about the 10 Commandments and telling everyone to read the Bible. It doesn't make any sense. And it doesn't matter what age you are. Steve, God bless you. He's younger than me, way younger. And he's aware of all. He was aware of all this stuff 5 years or better before I even knew it was happening. So I don't understand how it happens. But for some reason, God goes doink, and then you're awake. And then what do you do with it? And so for me, it was in 2018, and then I started doing this. For whoever's listening, do your own thing. Maybe it's just talking to somebody you meet at the grocery store. Maybe it's typing something on Facebook. Maybe it's nothing at all. I don't know. But we're here for a reason. It's not an accident. If you read the Bible, people go, oh my God, when are these days? Everyone wants to know when the end time days are. Well, guess what? Like it or not, here we are. So why are we here? You got two options because there's no coincidences. God chose us because we don't know why, and maybe we'll figure it out before we're dead. Or B, we chose to be here and said, hey, put me in, coach, because there's no other reason. So you're here. Okay, it sucks sometimes, but now what are you going to do with that? Are you going to sit and piss and moan all day? Or are you going to gird up your loins like God says, dust off your feet, and take care of the children that are coming that need your help? So I'll get off my soapbox.
Amen to that. So, Shepu, I sent you a video in chat. It's from CFM. We're going to show this in just a minute if you want to get that ready. But I wanted to read you Thessalonians 7 through 10 here, guys. It says, for the mystery of lawlessness is already at work. Only he who now restrains will do so until he is taken out of the way. And then the lawless one will be revealed, whom the Lord will consume with the breath of his mouth and destroy with the brightness of his coming. And the coming of the lawless one is according to the workings of Satan, with all power, signs, and lying wonders, and with all unrighteous deception among those which perish, because they did not receive the love of truth, and that they might be saved. So there's that. And I'm going to come off this screen share, and we're going to watch this little video. I can never say Thessalonians correctly. Thessalonians.
All right. This one.
All right, guys. Here we go.
See it?
Yep.
Who Jesus Christ is.
I don't believe it.
Creation testifies to God.
Can I cannot start it back? It's gonna play.
I'll give you $20 if you could tell me who Jesus Christ is.
Who he is?
Are you able to tell me who he is? I'll give you $20 if you could tell me who Jesus Christ is. I'll give you $20 if you could tell me who Jesus Christ is. I'll give you $20 if you could tell me who Jesus Christ is. Amen. That's $20 for you. God bless you. I have a bonus for you. If you could tell me something that he said on the cross, I'll give you another 20.
Forgive them, they know not what they do.
That's another 20. That's great. God bless you. If you had one message to the world, what would it be?
Please try to spread peace and follow Christ's rulings.
Praise be to the Lord. Well, God bless you. I'll give you $20 if you could tell me who Jesus Christ
I
is.
think that's it. I think it.
Yeah, that was good, right?
Right? But that's
I
how
love
the
it.
times that we're in.
I love the quote that she says about when he was on the cross that says, Father, forgive them for they know not what they do.
Exactly.
And when I think of what he said on the cross, because I went to Catholic school, I guess, is where he says, Father, why have you forsaken me?
Yeah. No, I remember that.
That's the very last thing he says. But, before that, he says, forgive them for they know not what they do. And this is true. This is what's going on now. And, we have to.
Yeah. And that's another amazing thing when you read the scriptures. So he knows what he's supposed to do. The reason he's giving up his life, it's interesting. If you read the scriptures, when God tells Abraham, hey, you need to kill Isaac, he tells his son, hey, God says you need to die. And they're both like, well, he knows better. We'll figure it out. Because Isaac gets to meet God faster. And Abraham, everything God's ever done is for good.
Right.
So they go up on the mountain. And right before he's supposed to kill his son, of course, he stops him and he brings in a goat or something. And they do that.
Mm-hmm.
But the moral of that is, that's how much of a walk Abraham did. It's the only person in the Bible God says was his friend.
Mm-hmm.
It's because Abraham did seen and talked with God so much that, hey, whatever he said goes for a better purpose, even if I don't understand it. But he didn't make Abraham kill his son. However, God eventually had to kill his own son.
Yes.
And he did that. Why? Because when we fell, just like Satan, look, the word of God can't change. If God's word changes, he's a liar and the whole thing falls apart. So the sin of this, what we've gone through, is death. And so by having his own son sacrificed, and again, just like Abraham and Isaac, Jesus knew what was happening. He did it to save us. Because since they took his life and he was perfect, now there's a debt that needs to be paid. Forgive us our debts and our debtors. Maybe that's why it's changed. The debt that was paid by the blood of Jesus, all of us can take. Jew, Gentile, Muslim, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The whole idea was he had to go through that suffering and die so that he paid for us.
Mm-hmm.
He wrote a blank check. Anyone can use it. No one's more special than the other. We're all equally special in God's eyes. And so the fact that he did that and paid for our sins, that's the thing that we need to make sure that we take away from this, is that all you have to do is look into this and it'll be revealed to you.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that he did that I didn't know him. And he's a human. Remember, it's the Spirit of God that was brought through Mary, and it's a human.
Mm-hmm.
And so what does he say? The first thing is fascinating. So Passover was a Last Supper. It was a Passover Seder. See how it's all Jewish and I didn't realize it? So he has the Last Supper, and he goes to pray, because he knows that in the morning, it's curtains.
Right.
And so he brings a few of his besties, including, I think, Peter, and he's freaking out. He's like, I really don't want to do this. I need to talk to God. Can you stay up with me and we'll pray? And what happens? Everybody falls asleep. He wakes them all up. He's like, dude, I'm going to die in the morning. Can you stay up a little bit? And they still all fall asleep. So it's really touching when he's talking to God in those moments, because he's almost asking him, do I really have to do this?
Right.
Because he knows what's coming. And hey, none of us want that, the pain and torture that he went through.
Right.
But then he goes through with it. Why? Because he knows he's supposed to. And that's when he's up on the cross and he says that thing that you're saying. It's like, have you forgotten me, basically? This is too much. This is even more than I thought it would be. And then finally, God takes him and he gives up the ghost. And then it says he descends first, because I believe there's a place in the hollow earth, whatever you want to call it, Sheol, they described it in the Bible, where he had to go there and talk to all the people that didn't know he existed, so they'd know how to get out of this hell that we're in. And then he ascends. So Jen left.
Great stuff. I just like to hear you talk about this because I don't really know anything about what's written in the Bible, but I have this book that I want to send to you. It's called Jesus Christ. I showed it to Jen once.
No.
I don't think I have never seen it's called Only Jesus Christ, and it's like people that knew him. That it's only the comments from people that knew the guy.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. Coming from France, it might take a while, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh.
Okay.
All right.
So where are we at? I pontificated. By the way, thank you to my lovely wife. She brought me food, so that's why I was.
Oh, hey, Jeannie. All right. So who wants to go next? I'm done with all my tabs. Just saying.
I can throw some stuff on the screen. See where we go with this.
Sounds good.
All right.
And I found the better version of what I showed. It was made in 1844, 1899. You see, they don't even know the real date.
On what?
The etching I showed.
Oh, the etching. Oh, you see.
So
okay.
The date.
Should I go? All right. We're going. Here we go.
Let's go for it.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Let's see. Screen sharing.
Sharon.
Okay. So this was a video I made into another video you can find on my channel called The Grand Illusion. And the main thing I was showing besides the cool music is like this was when, you could see that it's completely a hologram of some kind. There's a green screen because his hands, like the way they touch into the microphone. You can totally see that it's, let's see if I can show it. Let's see. But you can watch the video. I just wanted to show pieces of it so you can see what I'm talking about. Come on, put your hands out and do the thing. So, anyways, and then of course I show that. But the main reason I wanted to show was where is it? It's this one. So I was doing this show a long time ago with Rose.
Oh, look at the beard. I love the beard.
Right. I had the beard.
That's Rip right there.
That's Brick. Okay. So everyone was commenting on this video because just like Jen's video, look at this dude.
Yeah.
Look at that guy.
What's going on there?
Okay.
That's the soldier.
That's probably the same guy.
Yeah.
This is Trump. But the reason I wanted to bring up this video, when I was talking to Rose, all of a sudden it was weird because when you see Trump go through these bushes, he phases out, his shadow phases out, and I'll show you. I'll just let it play. And what I want to show is how easy it is that we're deceived, I believe. Shout out to Rose if she's listening. Okay, here we go. Questioning look. No shadow.
Yep.
Everybody else has a shadow.
Yeah.
CFM, you found something very compelling here.
See, here's Trump. See, there's no shadow behind him.
Yeah.
And then I even talk about it later. You'll see his head's faced out and his feet disappear. I don't think he's there.
Goodness.
Where's his shadow?
Yep.
So anybody that wants to say that it's something else, then tell me. I'll analyze it and let me know because I'm having trouble. And look, his head faced out. Look at that.
That dude's not there.
See that? You tell me what's going on.
This was a good show.
The only logical explanation is that this is technology and that this doesn't go by the laws of lighting and you can just compare it to the rest of the people. It doesn't mean he's like a demon entity. It just means that he wasn't there.
He wasn't at this particular walkthrough. It was fake. I mean, whatever or whatever. Somebody explain it to me if I'm wrong. But why does his head phase out like the NASA people? That leg's missing. Doesn't even look like he has feet. Actually, no head, no leg, there's no feet. But other than that, it's just normal, right?
Just remember that it's a grand illusion. Deep inside, we're all the
And then I go farther because there's this guy. I swear, I'm sorry, I don't remember his name, but this guy was amazing to listen to. And I don't even think he believed in all the stuff we do, but this one was wild. The Pope came out during this scandal, whatever you want to call it. And check this out. I just love the way he breaks it down. It's fantastic.
And okay, I'm going to show you something. So first frame right there. So he's there. Next frame, he's at 50% opacity. And then the next frame, click, he's gone.
And I've come to find out that this is actually fake.
Yeah, this is fake too. Yep.
Yeah, they just cheered and they didn't see anything. It was but this stuff that actually happened on quote live TV. The Pope just vanishes, and they don't explain why. And then I also have this area. Like this area actually happened on live TV. Check this out. Where does his head go? Of course, the way he talks now, it's hard to believe he has an entire head anyway.
Oh my God.
Just phases out. I don't believe the handlers live here anymore. I think they left Frisbee Hills or underground a long time ago.
We're seeing all this on Tell Lies to Your Vision, so there's that.
Mark Zuckerberg's face isn't even actually there. See that?
Uh-huh.
So this is like.
So, anyways, you can always watch that on my channel. Shameless plug, but yeah, I'll clickety click and throw it.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, because that's the thing. It's like they're not actually there on some level. I mean, think about it. If they could be in a place that we can't get to, we're in like the little prison planet, whatever, the little mini dome, the Thunderdome.
Mini dome. I like that.
Well, yeah, there's probably a giant dome over everything, and then Satan's little mini dome. So, anyways.
And we got the link right here to the video, guys.
Good in there, yes. Okay. So what's next? Let me bring up this next thing. Here, let's see.
I'm eating a cookie.
Go ahead.
That's good.
My wife made enchiladas. If Juan Nunes. Enchiladas. Yeah. Look
Nice.
Delicious.
Jeannie can cook, man. Ain't no joke.
Oh my God. I can't believe I'm not huge because of the way she cooks and bakes.
I think the first night I got there, what was like 2 a.m, or 3 a.m, you gave me some pot roast. Oh my God, it was so good.
Well, actually, if I gave you pot roast, that was something I made, but yes.
Oh, it was delicious. Everything I ate there was delicious. The water was delicious.
Right? Yes.
Yeah.
No water is amazing. Okay. Let's see. Clickety click. We'll go here. We'll go here. And okay, I'm kind of cleaning house here. Erin, if you're watching, she sent this, or she posted this. How often have you seen a pink rainbow?
I've never seen a pink rainbow.
I haven't either.
That's how often.
Isn't that great?
Wow. Is that from the fires or something, or is it just there?
I think she's in the chat. Hopefully she'll tell us.
I didn't see you.
Okay. Let's see. That's that video we've covered. If Patrick's watching, he sent me this. It's so funny, the name that I ended up with.
Right.
Anywhere without thinking about me. It's hilarious. So
God has a sense of humor.
He does. He does. Otherwise, I wouldn't exist.
Right.
Okay, what's next? Let me see here. Let me click over here. And this was, I'm sorry, I forgot who sent me this. But I thought this is interesting because It's a sunrise under the clouds.
Oh,
Let me kill
wait,
the
their
video.
instruments are set on level. Look at that.
Yeah, shockingly.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Look at that. Now the sun's below the clouds.
Yeah.
How is that possible?
This video. This is an old video.
Yeah, someone just sent it to me.
Great. I didn't know this was still around.
How's that even possible on the globe
Exactly,
Earth
dude.
model?
Yeah, it's because it's only 33 miles away. Or
I
something.
think so, right?
Yeah.
I bet you it's either 33 or 66 miles away. One of those two.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Explain that. People
Look
would
at
think
that.
that we're
Yeah,
flying.
look, it's right there. Dude, that's nuts. And there's just not in the sky anywhere.
No.
Love it.
And I have a weird video that I took. One of the first things I shot was when I was on a plane and I saw two suns and I couldn't understand it or explain it. This was before I realized anything, honestly, at that point. So yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can here. I'll bring up my here a second. Let me bring this one up. Let's see. Clickety click. We'll go here. We'll go there. Hang on, I'm figuring out here. Just don't go anywhere, people. Okay, here it is.
Steve says, if you think the creator has a sense of humor, just look at, or if you don't think he has a sense of humor, just look at the platypus.
Yeah, right? Explain that one. Exactly. Okay, let's see. So we'll go clickety click here. Present arms. Here they are. Sorry, the dad jokes don't stop. Let's see. I think was it here? Here.
Uh-oh. My cat's just went running through the house like crazy.
Can you see this?
Yep.
This was like one of the very first things I ever shot on my channel. And I was on a plane. It was so funny because I was in a window seat and I was able to shoot this. And the guy next to me was fascinated. He's like, "What are you doing?" And I told him, I started telling my theories and he's listening. And then he goes, "What do you think of Elon Musk?" And I go, "He's a complete charlatan. He has, doesn't do anything." He got so mad at me. He said, "I can't believe you talk like this. Don't talk to me the rest of the flight." And he turned around, like we're sitting right next to each other, but he like a kid, he faced away from me towards the aisle. And he didn't talk to me the rest of the flight because I said Elon Musk was a joke. But in any case, check this out. Explain this to me. You got yellow down here, and you could say, okay, maybe it's a reflection. But no, there was water and whatever. There's at least two different flags and this white thing above it. It was really, really weird. And it's actually, if he ever's out there still, Black Sheep Researcher. He was the first person that ever wrote to me, and because I shared this. And so you got a white sun and a yellow sun.
Yeah.
And you'll see, you can see I was like, here, I'll see if I can, there you go. Look at that. Tell me why, at what point does the sun from white go to yellow? You can tell me it's because of atmosphere and raindrops or something?
Yeah, no way. That's crazy.
So, and you can see
We have a question here. We have a question here in the chat, I guess. I don't know if it's a question. And it says, "You guys just don't get it." I don't know. What don't we get? Aisling 777.
I have lots that I don't get, but here's the thing, Aisling. Tell me exactly what happened here. Is it a crystal thing going on? I don't understand, but whatever.
Yeah.
Look at that. I try to focus in. Why is it yellow here? And then white up above. And you can see the ground level. I was showing that too.
Right.
Anyway, so that was like I think my first video I ever posted. So anyways, okay. We get out of that. What's next? Okay, we covered that. I thought this was interesting. All the times that we talk about how they're spraying the skies and stuff and doing weather manipulation. and they call us crazy. Well, look at this.
Some people in the tech world are doing more than praying for rain. They're trying to make it happen. I spoke with one Austin-based company that says they found a solution.
We have a real imbalance of where the water is falling. It's falling in areas that already have enough water. We need it to redistribute to the areas that need water most. What we do is basically produce a ion plume that goes up into the atmosphere, attaches to the cloud nuclei, and enhances rain.
And it's not like cloud seeding with silver iodide we've seen in the past. These towers release energy into the sky.
It's basically turbocharging the water cycle,
causing clouds to release their rain.
It's a proven technology that's been used almost 10 years out in Australia and in the Middle East.
Now they're bringing this tech to the U.S.
Our country has got droughts, in particular here in Texas, west of the I-35 corridor.
The problem with any sort of weather modification is it's very difficult to identify the efficacy of such a system.
Dev Niogi with UT Austin's Geology Department says weather modification is still only a theory, but if it does work,
it might have unintended consequences.
Our atmospheric scientists have been very clear telling us that the water cycle is continuously churning, so there's really no impact.
Meaning that by making it rain at Lake Travis, it doesn't mean it will rob rain from somewhere else.
It will allow us to enhance rainfall anywhere between 10 and 20%.
Already have water wars coming because of river water. What if tomorrow we are going to create cloud wars that you took my cloud or you took my rain?
And that's from Clown Planet, Carl Vernon.
Remember we used to show that thing with the NASA cloud seeding machine where it makes all the big puffy clouds and then it rains? I mean,
I first saw that with you and Steve. Yep.
Yeah, you know, chemtrails, we know they're fake clouds, but the big puffy ones are now in question as well because they have these NASA cloud seeding machines everywhere across the country, even out in the ocean and stuff. They're pumping these things out.
Yes. So when you look in the sky and the clouds look all weird, like they've been hit with frequencies, well, they're telling you they're doing it. They've been doing it for 10 years. Meanwhile, a war for water. Europe sounds the alarm. Water stress ahead. Another. See, they're telling us in advance. It's all about trying to create a false narrative of scarcity.
Yes.
And that's how they control us.
Yeah,
When
if
you
you
look
want to
into,
control, if you want to control people, you have to control the narrative, which means you have to create the narratives to control them.
And when you look at when I was growing up, they had these cute commercials. I played them before with a Chevron where dinosaurs are in your tank, you know, because fossil fuels and all that. No, if you actually look into oil, when they drill it out and it ends, if you wait long enough, it refills. Why? Because I don't know how it works, but it's like the blood life for the earth. And oil continually comes out if you just wait long enough. It's continually replenishing itself.
That's very true. Very true.
Oh, baby, I was on at that time.
Oh my goodness!
I moved Mike Brady up in the list here so I can get to him easier.
Oh, I love when you play that drop out. It's so funny. Okay. How about this for all you people that believe in these tests?
You can use this to get paid time off of work. Yeah, Sunkist apparently makes every COVID test say positive.
No way.
Yeah, you just put the soda on the test and then wait 15 minutes and boom, positive.
What?
Then you take a picture and tell your boss, I can't come in.
Okay, we got the Sunkist and 3 different tests.
Yep.
Because we're going to make sure this works. And then we got to find out because, you know, if you need a day off, you need a day off. Looks like you need a day off with that sunburn.
Hurts. I'm dip it in here.
Dip it in there.
And then I'm going to put it right.
Dip and drop it, yeah. This is the Janabio.
Okay, here we go.
Put it in there. That's a lot. This one's a little bit different.
Okay, what do I do with this one? I just put it
so you dip it
inside of here,
yeah,
right?
You put it in and twist it around. And spin it around.
This way.
Boom. Yeah, there you go. COVID-19 rapid self-kit test, the Janabio. Sunkist makes it turn positive.
And then the Binax,
now
also makes it turn
boom.
positive.
The purple line's there. Yeah, this one's like, you got it. Yeah, let's throw these away. You're not drinking these.
What are you putting on this thing? Like supposedly your saliva or something?
Yeah.
Because it's like a pregnancy test.
You can look at the guy that actually created the test and it says it doesn't do what they say it does. And then the fact that Sunkist does it. So there's that. What's next? Oh, this one blew me away. I think I played it the other night, but I just want to make sure everyone saw this. Again, Clown Planet, but check this out. they're giving eyelashes tendons, okay? And the machine is doing it, all right? But here's the thing. I've seen machines when they snafu. This thing is doing these, like, this machine comes down and like lasers stuff right to your eyelashes. What if it makes a mistake and goes too far? It goes right through your skull, right? I mean, what are they thinking? But it's all for beauty, right? And it takes 20 minutes to do this. And it actually takes, I think an hour and a half to do it the other way.
So instead of people doing it, they got a machine doing it.
Right, but I'm just afraid that thing's going to go right through your eyeball.
Yeah.
And then look what happens. This is why she did it. For reals. And you can look into the Bible and see that this was very satanic. One of the, I think it was in Enoch, where he teaches how we went with makeup and jewelry and stuff from one of the fallen angels. So, okay. But and I want to thank everyone. This is from Melanie. Thank you, Melanie. Look at this one, Jen. Oh my God. Oh my. Okay, one more time. The music and the dog's expression.
The dog's expression.
And I brought this up because I was talking. I was blessed to talk to John Pounders from the Midnight Ride, and they had talked about how
that was a great show.
Well, thank you. Well, they talked about how one of the Rothschilds is potentially an antichrist or whatever. And my claim to fame was when I first started waking up, and I had a Twitter account. I tweeted this photo to, I think it's Jacob, his like grandson or somebody, and he blocked me. And, that's my claim to fame. He's probably listening right now. So how's it going, buddy?
No, he's saying.
Fuck.
That's really my favorite one you play.
I know.
Oh my God, I love that one. Okay, when you can poke royalty in the chest like they're your bitch, well then you may be a Rothschild, okay? And didn't he just become king too, right? Right, supposedly.
He's pointing at his chest saying, "Don't forget where you came from."
Right.
Under my heel.
Yeah, and he's sitting there going, "Well, I've got what is it, Dracula in my blood." He goes, "I don't care. I was Dracula's grandfather." So yeah,
I ate Dracula for lunch.
yeah, right. I ate Dracula for lunch. Okay, what's next? So we discussed this again on the show.
Sorry, I did not mean to click that. I had to click happy there.
That's
for a
okay.
second.
Do it anyways. You got to go through with it.
No.
You got to do it. You can't just half do it.
Fuck.
I don't know why that makes me crack up so much. Okay, so we've talked about this. I just want to make sure everyone saw it. So they're rewriting the Bible with AI.
Imagine that.
Yeah, so it goes right along with that video I did. They're going to rewrite the Bible to where it'll be what they want.
It'll be all the new stuff in it.
And meanwhile, Klaus Schwab, you will nothing and would be happy. And he says your Bible is fake news. So they're going to write their own.
What a jackwagon this guy is.
Complete jackwagon. I like this one. 16 Montana kids are suing the state over climate change. Here's what you need about the trial. Look at the faces on these kids. Not a single one of them want to sit in a courtroom. Are you kidding me?
Right.
Anybody the sound of my voice, the last thing you want to do is be in a courtroom.
Oh, yeah, it's horrible.
Because it's A, miserable, and B, most likely you're going to lose, no matter what.
I'm going to tell everybody something. If you go to court and then the judge comes in, you're supposed to stand up. If nobody stands up, he can't come in. It's just you tell everybody when you go to court, hey, don't nobody stand up when he comes in. He can't come in. It's their rules. Check it out.
Okay. But yeah, they don't want to be here. Somebody forced them into this, in my mind.
Oh yeah, you're always forced into court.
Hang on a second. There's something beeping, if anyone's listening. Okay. This one, I haven't watched this gal in a long time. Maybe it's Mandela. But this was interesting, and I hadn't heard of this, and I wonder if you all heard this. There's a thing in your skull now that separates your brain, and I'm not familiar with this. Is this a quote Mandela or a quantum effect to you? That there's a thing now in your brain that separates your brain in your head. So, like, look at this guy. He takes his skull open, and what's this thing?
What?
Right? Yeah, I gotta get something from beeping here. Isn't that wild?
Flax. What?
So this actually goes. Oh, there's no sound. Sorry. Here.
Besides the brain. So if I remove my hand, you can see this connective tissue, which is referred to as the dura or the dura mater here. And another thing that you can see is this invagination of the dura called the falx cerebri. It's this sickle-shaped type of connective tissue, and it's found between the two cerebral hemispheres. One other really cool thing is that this creates these dural venous sinuses, this open passageway in here. These are unique veins that actually stay open all the time and drain blood from the brain.
Are you familiar with that?
So it's really like a walnut, you know.
Yeah, right. It's like a yeah, it's like a walnut. Is that
Well,
right?
that's why walnuts look like brains, because they're good for your brain.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, God was telling us to eat those.
Right.
Like carrots look like eyes when you cut them open. Good for your
All right.
eyes.
So let me hang on a second. I gotta fix.
So I'm here. All right.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm right here. Look, I'm right here. Hey, Jinx. Oh.
She didn't like it, but anyway.
Right on it.
Okay.
It's pretty funny.
Can you fix that, please? Thank you. The beeping.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. Okay. My goodness. Okay. Well, you weren't listening. I had to yell. Okay. I know you don't listen. Okay. Let's go back to this. Clickety click. I do too. But that was driving me crazy, that beeping. My goodness. Okay.
Everybody knows you never go full retard.
Thank you. Okay. So, all right. So I don't even know. My tabs are all crazy. We'll figure it out as we go along.
Sounds good.
Thank you. The stone of scone. It's the stone of destiny. They paraded it around during this whatever happened with Prince Charles and stuff. Okay. But it's also known as Jacob's pillow.
Right.
And
Don't they put this under the throne where they sit or something?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's
And this is their right to rule or something?
right there. They stick it there.
What is stupid?
Yeah.
Yeah. And apparently this was a stone when Jacob was, I believe, running from his brother Esau, and his name was Jacob. And then he meets what I remember was he meets an angel on the way, and he struggles with him in a dream. And in fact, it touches his thigh to where he limps the rest of his life. But that's when God talks to him and changes his name supposedly from Jacob to Israel.
Yeah, but why is these guys, these royal families with Catholic backgrounds and whatever they are, having that under their throne?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so if I can find, here it is. So here's the thing that blows me away. When you read it now, because it's a big deal in the Bible when it happens. Let's see. Yeah, he's running from Esau because he stole his birthright and all this stuff. And Esau, by the way, Esau is actually probably the first official Bigfoot, whatever you want to call him, because he's covered in red hair and he's a warrior and kind of a mighty man. And so apparently, like, God had other plans that it's supposed to go through Jacob's lineage, rather than Esau. And when you look at the story, Esau comes out first, and Jacob's grabbed onto his foot and grabs his heel. And when they pull him out, he's holding on. And so, anyways, Jacob's running from his brother because he tricks him out of some stuff. And he falls asleep. And let's see, it's in here somewhere. I'm sorry, I thought I had it already marked. But let's see. Here it is. And Jacob was left alone, and he wrestled with a man until the breaking of the day. Now, again, I just read this not too long ago, and it was an angel. And now it's just a man. And he prevails not against him, and he touches his thigh, and it's out of joint. Okay, that's all the same. But this was an angel that he wrestled with. You can't convince me I misremembered it because I just read it not too long ago. In any case, I digress. But that's how this thing, they supposedly put this pillow and then they all get coronated on for some weird reason. Oh, did you all see this? I covered it with John on Friday. There's a church service that they did in Germany, and they did it with AI. So there was no human there. This was just some like AI creature. And they told it before the service that they wanted it to do a church service, and they just let it run and with Chat GPT. And but here's the fascinating thing to me is not only that there was so many people waiting to get in, but the fact that when they're actually in the ceremony, they're sitting, at some point they're standing, they're kneeling.
Mm-hmm.
So now we've gone, I mean, if you look at like, I read the book, but if you look at the movie of 1984, it's a bunch of people watching a guy at a screen tell him what to do. And we're there.
And look, they just put a giant black scrying mirror in the middle of a church.
And the computer now is telling the humans what to do. It's just fascinating to me.
Wow.
It's shocking. Okay.
Again, a sign of the times where we're at.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's this just I saw today on, I don't even know who I'm subscribed, Unexpected Cosmology. And he was talking about, of course, this weird area that Richie from Boston used to bring up all the time, like this weird snake thing or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
The
in
giant
Ohio.
mound. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what I found fascinating is he also talks about crypto explosions. Do you know what that is?
No.
Of course, nobody knows.
Like currency?
Nobody knows. A crypto explosion in geology, so we know it's bullshit, is a cryptovolcanic, so now we totally know it's bullshit, structure.
Yeah.
It's an explosion of unknown cause.
Yeah.
Why do they get away with this? Because they put on a white coat, they can say whatever they want. It's like arguing with a
explosion of an unknown cause. Okay.
You're fired.
At least
All right,
that's a known explosion, at least, right?
Wow. They'll say anything.
Where to
can.
go?
They own it all.
Check this out. It's obsolete. It was commonly used to describe sites where the geological evidence of large-scale explosions in the Earth's crust.
Oh.
But no evidence for the cause of such normal.
Oh, that's like the stuff they find in Siberia with those giant holes. It's just some explosion out of the earth. They don't know what caused it. They think it might be methane or something.
Yeah.
But once again, they can say anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're not even sure. Oh, most of them are probably impact craters caused by meteorites.
Right, but see, this becomes fact in the reader's mind when they read it. It's just
Correct.
like, oh, it's just this is what it is. It's probably this is what it's from another fake narrative space that doesn't exist.
Right, because most people go on to Wikipedia, read this little thing, and then move on. And that's what we're going to do too. Okay, next. And this one we covered, I wanted to bring up again. For those people that think like, well, how could this happen? How could this move? How could that melt? Whatever. When we're brought up in the world, they tell us about what's that thing where the nation everything moved in prime, what do you call it, in the dinosaur time, the crustacean, I forget, continental drift.
Oh, continental drift. Yes.
Or, as my wife likes to say, or on his feet shall stand a day on the Mount of Olives, which will be let's see, he shall cleave in the midst thereof towards the east and the west, and there'll be a great valley, and half the mountain shall remove towards the north and half to the south. So if he can literally move things around like that, that to me sounds like the continental drift. If things have moved, it's because God did it, and he told you he did it. That's the way I see it. And that's Zechariah. And what's this? Revelation 20. I have this one here because I believe that's where we are right now. Because at this point, Jesus has come back the first time. He saw an angel. Let's see. He holds onto the dragon and he bounds the devil and Satan for 1,000 years. And we've discussed it because he casts him in the bottomless pit and shuts him up. And then he should deceive the nations no more till 1,000 years have been fulfilled.
All right. So pause it there. That 1,000 years that he's locked up is the 1,000-year millennial reign of Christ.
Correct. I believe.
That's what's happening while he's locked up. Now he's been loosened for a short time. And we seem to be, in my opinion, at the end of that short time.
Yes. After that, he's loosed a little season, pizza. It was short season. I know it was. You can't tell me I misremembered it. I actually was doing shows or talking about SOS. I was looking at Morse code because when I heard about the short season of Satan, SOS. Now it's LOS. Doesn't make sense. So, but yeah, so that's the thing. We're in that, I believe, that period of time when he's able to loose and deceive us. And when you look at it, we've discussed it. The buildings that say founded and they have a J or an I instead of 1,000, and the years that they call the Dark Ages. Psst, 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 psst. I can hear you. G, you there? Right. The years that he's loosed, the 1,000-year reign. If Satan comes out, what would he call them? The Dark Ages instead of the light years, right? Yes. The Dark Ages, where nothing happened. We forgot to do everything, and then suddenly in the Renaissance, we're supposed to believe that we remembered everything and more.
And built all these amazing architectures everywhere that we don't even build today. That are heavenly.
When you look at the Statue of Liberty, which now looks like Owen Wilson, the bottom where its feet are, it does. But the bottom where its feet, it's part of that like andronomy thing. You can't tell man or woman. The bottom where its feet are, it's chained up and it's broken the chains. And to me, that fulfills the Satan's let loose. If you were Satan and you took over the earth again, wouldn't you put a gigantic monument to testimony of that? It looks just like the picture of Lucifer, that old painting. It's identical. And the fact that it's breaking chains sounds to me just like that passage. So,
and 1776 is thought of as freedom, the year of freedom. This is when he was free, but I think it was 776, not 1776. That's where
way closer. I agree. We're way closer when Jesus was here than we realize.
Absolutely.
That's a crazy thing.
That
okay.
Is.
And this
that
one.
That means it was a little more than 200 and some years ago.
Well, when you read the book,
2,000 years ago.
When you read the book at Adam and Eve, he tells Adam he'll bring him back after 5,500 years. And we're pretty damn close to that.
Yep.
And here he says, behold, he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him. This is talking about when Jesus comes back. After he's been crucified, he's going to come back. And what? Every eye shall see him, and those which pierced him. So, again, it's called the spear of destiny.
Yeah. Also, it says those who pierced him, meaning the people who nailed the nails into his wrists and feet as well, not just that man. But yes, all those people who pierced him.
Yeah, and today they want to try to remove the Bible and everything. Is it like another crossing, So you will come back after this again.
Mm-hmm. And I understand the other side of this discussion is that even the dead rise up. So potentially these people that died and now they see him. Maybe. Or He's talking to people right in front of him, and he says, "You're going to see me." Because remember, he even says, "This generation shall not pass." Now, they try to tell you that means he's talking about something in the future. Maybe, but he's talking to a room full of people.
Yeah, and you have the
just be
passage.
them.
You have the other passage says those who have pierced him. So it has to be the same people as the people in the room.
That's the way I see it. I understand there's another way of looking at it, but those two things tell me he's talking to the people right now.
Yes.
I'm coming back, and you're going to see it. Because John even says he's going to be part of this. So, unless you just believe everyone's dead and then they see him, okay, that's a cop-out to me, but I understand your way of thinking.
So they left a lot out, and this is why we have the King James Version and all the 66 books now instead of all the other stuff that we should have known about the millennial reign as well. It has been erased.
Yeah. And then let's see what's next. We covered the Jacob one. Oh, this one. This is in Genesis. This is towards the beginning of the story. And he's talking about, Satan had just come down and already messed with things. Lord God said to the serpent, "Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle and above every beast in the field. Upon thy belly thou shalt go, and dust thou shalt eat the days of thy life." So originally the serpent was more like a dragon with legs and could fly or something. And now he's reduced to crawling on his belly. If you read the book of Adam and Eve, eventually he can't even talk and he just hisses. But what I found interesting is this. Again, it's written on my heart. I just read it. There's no reason I would see it any other way. There's no song. There's no book I've read other than the Bible. And damn it, I remember it this way. I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. And he, because we're talking about Jesus, you don't call him it. He shall crush thy head, because Jesus wins and destroys Satan, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Now, when you read it, it's an equal fight. Jesus bruises, and so does Satan. Bullshit. And you don't call God it. That's blasphemy.
That's right.
Sorry.
Absolutely right. And he's making himself even with Jesus because Jesus is above him.
And you're going to say that I'm wrong because I'm misremembering it? In Genesis, there's no way I would misremember that they call God it.
Also, man's hand reaching for God's finger to touch now is even with each other.
Right.
So there's that as well. Yeah, they're making man equal to God.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. What's next? And for the people that say you're not supposed to eat meat, do as you find best for yourself, for your soul, and for your body. I will never tell people what to do or not to do, but I do want to tell you that Scripture does not go along with that. You're allowed to eat whatever you can that's blessed by God. We have dominion over the animals. It doesn't mean we're supposed to go around and just mow them down. If we need it for sustenance, it's allowed. How do I know this? This is in Luke 24. This is after Jesus died on the cross. He comes back. He's hilarious because he comes back and they don't recognize him, and he starts walking and they're going, "Hey, what are you all this upset about? What's going on?" And they're like, "What, are you born under a rock? You didn't know Jesus showed up? They crucified him, this, that, and the other." And then what happens? He says, "Hey, can I come with you?" And he goes with them. And then he says, "And while they yet believed not for joy and wondered, he said unto them, Hey, have you any meat? And they gave him a piece of broiled fish and a honeycomb, and he took it and did eat them." So if fish is a meat and Jesus is cool with it, then don't try to beat me down if I have some meat. If I pray over my food, everything that's blessed by God is good. It doesn't mean you need to go out and just murder things. That's not it. But if it's something to help sustain you or your family, it's allowed. Otherwise, he would let us know. And the fact that Jesus is eating and giving out multiple fishes and also wine means they're not against what you're supposed to do. Just everything, you got to put it under the same laws and rules, and don't just go around killing things. If you need it for sustenance, they were put there for that. The plants are there for medicine, and the animals are there for either help or for food. That's just scriptural. Don't get mad at me. Don't shoot the messenger. Jesus said it. It's right here. Go and look at your books. Luke 24, verse 41 through 43. Jesus eats meat. Mic drop. Next.
That's very true. Very true.
I love you, Jen.
I had my finger on the button. I was just waiting for you to finish up.
Oh, shoot, that's great. That's just great. Okay, let's see what's next. And you know what? Everything I'm saying tonight obviously can make people mad. And I'm sorry. I'm not doing it to make you mad. I'm just telling you what I think. You turn on this channel to hear what I have to say, what Jen has to say. That's it. Okay,
Yeah.
what's this?
No, I was trying to say, yes, you're right, CFM, because if you live like here in Quebec, in wintertime, it's really hard to find any greenery or anything outside. You need to hunt and fish, for food, because you cannot grow anything in winter, if you don't have like a house or something to grow into, not outside. So you really need to hunt for your food. So
Wait, you're in Quebec? I thought you were in France. Okay, what's
yeah,
next?
I'm in northern France. Sorry.
It's awesome. Next, you're going to tell me Red Storm's not in Australia. All right, check this out. This blew me away, Jen. I mean, it's an interesting take on it.
Everybody knows that Jesus says he is the way, the truth, and the life. But do you know what he was talking about? Well, God told Moses to build a tabernacle. The tabernacle was a process into the presence of God, for man to enter the presence of God. And it looked kind of like this. Now, I didn't draw it to scale, but I do want to just show you. There was an outer court that you had all these things happening out here, a brazen altar and a wash basin with water. Then you have this door into the holy place. There was a table of showbread and the lampstand and the altar of incense. And then you had the most holy place, or the Holy of Holies. And this is where the Ark of the Covenant and the mercy seat, this is where the presence of God dwelt. The glory of God filled this place. Well, when he said, I am the way, I am the truth, and I am the life, he was talking about this tabernacle. This gate was called the way. This door was called the truth. And this veil, remember this veil that was torn from top to bottom on the cross? This veil is called the life. I am the way, the truth, and the life. And no one comes to the Father except by me.
If you love Jesus, click follow or subscribe for more.
What do you think of that?
That was really cool.
Right? I hadn't heard it presented that way. And who is
No,
this
me
guy?
neither.
This is, Cap Chatfield. So I'd never seen it presented that way. I like that.
Yeah, they're always talking about living your best life, and do what you want, be what you want, just live your best life and stuff.
Yeah, do as I will. Run to Vegas.
Exactly.
I like this guy. He's got apes, aliens, or Adam. But his whole thing
The answer
is,
today.
we've talked about this, but to get fossilized things, you don't have to wait millions of years like they say. There's this cliff you guys have shown, and he took this hat.
Artifact that may startle you. This is a fedora, a felt hat, and it is literally turned to stone. Not just covered in stone, it's permineralized. Let me show you. And the inside.
Wow.
This basically was hanging off a cliff with a rope, and for 2 years, it turned a felt hat into a heavy piece of rock.
2 years.
Okay, now let's just pause it right there, because people say that when we say something's melted brick and it looks like regular old rock from your yard, they don't see how that could be. Here's a freaking hat that has turned to stone. Okay?
Yeah.
I mean, just wow. And nothing happens the way they tell us. Nothing took millions of years. Jesus wasn't here 2,000 some years ago. We're not in 2023. Everything's a lie, all of it. And this is all coming up and coming out through this apocalypse, this unveiling of everything that has been hidden from us.
Yeah. Okay, let's see.
That's really cool.
What's next? Oh, and this, I showed it, but look at this. Doesn't that look like the Sphinx?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Where is this, Shepu? This is in Iran or something?
Balochistan.
Yeah, Pakistan.
Pakistan, this one.
Yeah.
Isn't that something?
Yeah, wow.
Nothing to see there.
building. Yep. Just some sedimentary layers and cross bedding.
And see, and we've talked about it. God says, and even in the Quran, he says, look, I left this place with some destruction so you'd see what happened in your past and you don't do the same stupid things that your ancestors did. And then we look at these and ignore them. We look and ignore them. What's next? Oh, this was interesting. It doesn't happen in America, but look what's going on with Trudeau in Canada.
So we all know this woman, right? She's at every single one of those protests and always brings her daughter. Well, we have video of her being live confirming what we already thought. Let's give a listen.
Site. Joe and I are not. We get paid directly by Trudeau, so we don't have to set up funds. We're government funded.
Imagine being so dumb
Exactly.
for Dina as the state opposition. Yeah, that's right. Dina Sharif admits on her live that she is a state actor. She's paid by the state. Meaning Trudeau is paying people to create a divide.
Unbelievable. But it's so believable at the same time.
Not shocked. Vindicated.
Right?
Because I cannot wait for his butt to be out of office, but we need an inquiry now. We need to know where all of our tax dollars have been going the last 8 years. Full stop.
Yeah. Again, they are allowed to put this because she says she blames someone, or she blames like Trudeau for everything but he's not the one that's doing it,
Right, he's a puppet, but
He's
perfect.
just a puppet, but that's why she allowed, because she creates, again, not only truth but a division and hate for someone, for the party, for it's all a game. They just, it's crazy, because
Well, we're at
it
the
doesn't
point now
decide
that it
anything.
doesn't matter who they put in. It's going to be the same as the old boss, the new boss. you
Right?
know?
Just like the Who. Right, you're right.
I just showed you with the treaty, the countries that don't decide anything. If they don't want it, they will
They're
be
forced.
forced. Yeah.
Yeah.
they will be forced.
Suddenly
you don't
they're
like
at
that?
war.
Well, we'll just drop some bombs and some bad weather on you.
That's right. You don't want freedom? We'll drop bombs until you do.
Yeah, exactly. That's just crazy. Yeah.
And
this
here we
one,
are.
we've all talked about it, but it's fascinating to see a guy that actually can explain it, what's happening. For all those that bought their smart TVs, and we've talked about how they listen to you, check it out.
Is your TV watching and listening to you? New smart TVs with internet connections able to transmit your private conversations.
So one of the things that we were able to do with the smart TV platform was actually abuse the browser to the extent that we could actually gain access to the camera that's built into the TV. And so what we can prove here is that with a little bit of extra code, we can turn the camera on in your browser.
Look at that.
Wow.
And while this is evident to you right here because we've designed it that way, this is something that we can do invisibly and actually have the camera running behind the web page that you're looking at.
So what this means is I could be sitting here watching TV from my bedroom, and you could be anywhere in the world looking at this image of me watching.
Yep, I could be sitting on a laptop in a cafe in Paris, and as long as I have a network connection, I'd be able to get into your TV and access the camera.
The kind of scary things about it is that it doesn't actually give any indication that the camera's on, and there's no little LED that shows up when the camera's on. So it could actually be watching you and you never even know.
What is a smart TV, and why is it a playground essentially for hackers?
Monitoring.
So instead of just being, a tube and some other electronics, now it has a web browser and it has, a lot of devices are running Linux.
But the real danger is when people start using smart TVs for things like online banking, we can take a popular bank address and
Uh-oh, something happened. Anyways, yeah, isn't that wild with the TV? Like we've all talked about it, but they just straight up tell you. And in fact, I have sons in the military, and they tell me in the military they cover all their cameras on their machinery. So
Oh wow! And there was some guy that was locked out of his smart home through Amazon and Alexa or whatever. His door ringing camera. Somebody made a delivery, and the camera thought that the person or something said something racist to this person and then shut down the whole guy's house. And it was all a mistake, right? It wasn't even what would happen. There was no racist remark or anything.
Weird.
And it was a mistake on the Amazon part, but this guy was locked out of everything in his house for a week. His fridge, his oven, his doors, his heat, his air conditioning, everything, because it's a smart house.
Yeah.
We were just talking about that. The fact that you can remotely access it means anyone can. So if you can lock your doors from your car, they can open them. So the smarter
They can
the things
remotely
get.
drive your car if they want right now.
Oh yeah, they can shut it down.
Yeah. That's the problem with all these connected cars. They can shut down anytime they want. These electric cars, yeah.
But this one, I put this up just because Elon Musk is now looking for to hire a VP of witchcraft and propaganda.
Yeah, because that's what he needs right now.
Right? And I'm sure he's doing it as a joke, right? Sure. Okay, whatever. So
Yeah. I had like a video to complement what you just showed, CFM.
I'm sorry?
I had a video to complement what the article you just showed.
Let's grab that. Here, I'll dump off and go ahead. Oh, look, it's just faces. I told him, Jen, I got to get
I know, so I didn't want to do it on camera.
I got to get a dramatic face now because see, I did this because his ears were both smiling, but now I got to get a dramatic one.
I was saying Shepu's new avatar or picture here looks like Jason Momoa a little bit.
Who's that?
Yeah.
Like I don't know, the guy from the Game of Thrones.
Oh, I know, that big dude or whatever.
That
from
big dude,
yeah. Aquaman.
Aquaman. There you go.
I don't watch these movies. I don't know.
Yeah, Game of Thrones. He was like in 2 years.
He was really young in that. I know.
Yeah.
He's in the new Fast X movie, and let me tell you guys, I watched that the other night because God, there's nothing else to watch. We watched it, and I'm like, this shit is so lame and cheesy. And that Rodriguez chick is in there, which is a he, not a she. There's that.
I was gonna say, chick, you did an investigation on her.
Oh, a long time ago, I did that on her when I was covering some other creature that she was hanging out with.
Or what are they up to? Like 10 of those movies, I think. Isn't it called Fast 10?
Oh yeah, it's the cheesiest thing I've ever seen. It's just so lame and whatever.
Did you watch that? I cover that. It's like movies that are they name them like differently or something, and that one Fast X or whatever, it was like a bald guy and another bald guy and another bald guy go after a bald guy. It's like everyone in the movies.
Yeah. And then Jason Momoa is in that, and he's like playing like the devil. They're like the devil walked in and him and stuff.
Why not? All right, Shepu, hit us with it.
So this guy, Noah Harari.
Yes.
Just the right hand man of Klaus.
Oh, this guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another one to throw darts at. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is no bueno.
I like our melted reality. This guy's definitely from Skynet.
Exactly.
It's like, did anyone not watch these movies? Like Terminator told us to watch out for AI and all these other movies, and here we are just jumping right for it. It's fascinating.
I just want to say there's a few people here that are very tardy, and Melanie was one of them earlier.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, Mark.
Wait, what about the other one? I thought you hit him with both.
Oh, I do have it.
I don't feel tardy.
I squished Mike Brady between those two. I got to move them. Okay.
All right.
This is throwing me off.
Yeah, Hollywood always tell us in the movies, everything that it's gonna happen.
Right.
Even with this release of Satan, a couple of years ago, all movies were like this, like Pirates of the Caribbean with the Kraken, with the Titans, the Clash of the Titans, all at the same time with the Titans destroying the Earth, and a couple movies just like this was all the release of the demon and the Satan on Earth.
Dude, they have a show called Lucifer. I mean, they don't have any shows called Jesus, but yet they have a whole series that's been on who knows how many seasons or whatever, Lucifer.
Yeah.
And one of my favorite shows I used to love watching, Supernatural.
Yeah.
And towards the end, in that show,
it
God
went off the rails.
Yeah. God leaves. His sister, his evil sister, takes over. And how do they fight her? With
Lilith.
witches, the son of Lucifer and Lucifer himself. They're the heroes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Sorry, Mr. Supernatural.
I stopped watching that at season 7. I stopped watching that show, but in the beginning, it was good. Like it actually was.
Oh, it was so good. They got some classic episodes where they became like the Scooby-Doo characters and stuff. I love that show.
Yeah.
And then they just lost their minds.
Yeah, me too. At the same time, when God appeared and he was dead, and the Lilith. Oh no. Okay.
Yeah, and God was like some bumbling idiot, and he left. His sister. Oh, forget it. Screw those guys.
Oh yeah.
What does Jen say?
Like- Oh wait,
Let's not. No.
I have it.
Soulless, spiritless, corporate little bitches, suckers of Satan's cock, each and every one of them.
Yeah, you know I had to hit that one.
My new people here. It's peppery here. Okay, get over it.
Hey, if the truth hurts, I can't help it. It's profane.
I understand. Hey, I love you, Jen. Okay, what do we got here?
All right, here we go.
Oh my God. And if you don't know the reference, I'll explain it. But in case you just watch it and maybe you'll get it. Well, I'll tell you. There's hydraulic. You can go on YouTube and just watch hydraulic presses all day. Okay, so check this guy out. I just love this. I love his face. You get it? He's the hydraulic press. You get it?
Okay.
I know. What's that?
I love his expression. Am I the only one? Oh my God!
Where do you find this shit?
Look at this.
No.
Oh, this should be good.
He's really struggling.
It's a struggle. It's real. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Dude.
Look at his face.
Oh my God.
Please tell me I'm not alone with that. I get you. You know how many times I've watched it?
Mother, titty, sucking, ball, bitch.
Oh God! Please tell me it's not just me. I get tears in my eyes every time I see that. All right, what's next? Let's get rid of that. Oh yeah, just so everybody knows, and you can find more than one video. But man, when I found this one video about this, it blew me away.
Yeah, dude, I had no idea about none of this. I was like, wait, what?
Right? All we knew about Gaddafi was Hillary went in and said, we came, we saw, we killed him or whatever, you know?
Yep.
And we're like, oh, yay, America, democracy, we're winning. But meanwhile, the rest of the world sees us as the aggressor, and they should. We've invaded and destroyed more countries than anyone. We've done it to almost, I believe it's every single country in the world except maybe like 3 or 4, and you'd never heard of them anyways. They're like nothing things. So we've either like bombed or occupied or whatever. Meanwhile, you go to these countries, like these people, they loved Gaddafi. Because look what he had: free healthcare, electricity, internet. This is all true. You can look this stuff up. In addition to that, he built a water system to bring water to people that had no water. And what did we do right after we killed him? We bombed the shit out of it and blew it up. So, sorry, I believed in America my entire life. That's what they do. From a child, they indoctrinate you. And they say, look, here's a globe. You live here. And they put your hand over your heart and pledge to this piece of fabric and the United States Corporation of America. Meanwhile, God says to make no pledges to anyone. And they teach us that since we're 5 years old. And so, and I understand, and I'm not knocking the spirit that was instilled in us and the people, the bloodshed of our loved ones and relatives and stuff that died for what turns out to be fake causes. And so they're diminishing the pride that we felt in our country by realizing that they've lied to us. We're the aggressors. We've attacked more countries than anyone else, and all in the name of let's blow them up before they blow us up. When's the last time anyone ever really blew us up? We go everywhere thinking they're coming to get us like a boogeyman, just like we just lived through the last few years. The boogeyman's now in the air. And so when you talk to these countries, they hate us and they love guys like this. And yeah, but what do they say? No one asks the victor if he's lying about the past, right? They just accept it. So what's next? Oh, this one was interesting. This gal.
We just accept what we've been told, you know, the story that they tell us, and I've shown like videos that of people working for the CIA just implanting stories in other countries, and they come out here and people thinking that they are real, but they are all made up by the Central Intelligence Agency, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, was it whoever wins gets to write the history?
Yeah.
So
That's very
that's where we
true.
are. Right? Said the guy with the blurry eyes now. Listen to this gal.
Everyone keeps asking me, how do we win? How do
Oh, and she's from France too, Shepu.
we win against these like governments and these elite parasites that keep bringing in these laws? Well, the law is just a word on a piece of paper. Why are you following it? It's called mass non-compliance. Don't comply. Oh, but I'm going to get in trouble. So what? Don't be afraid. You want to know what Bosnia did? And I'm from Bosnia. So I was born in former Yugoslavia. I'm half Serbian and went through a war, lived in a refugee camp. And now I come here and you're going to tell me that Sock Boy is going to tell me what to do. I'm going to show you a picture of who Sock Boy looks up to. Klaus Schwab. Here's a picture of that, darling.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I've seen this picture.
That's who Justin Trudeau looks up to. And you guys literally listen to what he says. Oh, well, the health services, screw the health services. Oh, but it's an emergency. So what? It's just a word. Stop complying. The reason why they are going so power hungry now is because so many people complied. The government literally told you to jump off of a bridge and you did it. And then you followed your friends because your friends and neighbors did it. So what? Screw them. If people don't like you, that is not your problem. That is their problem. You have your own life. You need to find that God-given right. You are a sovereign human being. You can do what you please. If you don't want to put something in your body, don't put it in there. There's more of us. There's always someone who thinks exactly like you. So start being an independent human being. Why are you listening to the government and what they tell you? And I'm going to say this as well. If they bring in environmental officers and they come onto my property, I'm going to take your tires. I'm going to sell them on like Facebook Marketplace for $2. Why? Just that. Next time you come on, I'll take your tires and your doors and your alternator. Call the cops. See if I care. What are you going to do? Send me back to Serbia? Cool. I'm down. So stop being afraid. And you want to know what they did in Bosnia during 2020? The government's like, yeah, we need to shut down. And Bosnians were like, no. And then the government couldn't do anything. And then when bringing in like the passports, guess what? Like Serbia did. They're like, yeah, we'll just make fake ones. They do. And then when the cops started to actually enforce the night curfews, yeah, a bunch of people went and jumped them. What are you going to do? There's more of us than there are them. And only your compliance gives them power. So stop complying. There's no need for wars. There's no need for protests. There's no need for anything. But if you come on my property and you take my chickens, I'm going to go to my mayor's house. I'm going to take his couch. That's how we play this. So stop complying. Due to everyone's mass compliance in 2020 and 2021, these lot lizard elite loser parasites have now gone power hungry. And this is exactly what we told you would happen. So I want everybody to find that fire in them, that sovereign human being, and stop complying. That's it. That's all we do.
Exactly. And
Right.
I've got like
That was really good.
perfect thing why some people don't know why these elected people do all of this, because they all came from the same place. They all went to the Klaus Schwab Young Global Leaders School. They all come from that place. All these leaders, if you didn't know, they were brought up there from a long time, and they put in place for this. Look, I don't know if you know about it.
No, I'm listening though.
I'll just show you the.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, sorry. I tapped it.
Is it showing?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you can see that Klaus Schwab School, you know, he maybe how many people? You see all the people that went to the school. About
Trudeau's right there.
1,300 graduates. Yeah, Trudeau's right there.
Bill Gates.
French, Bill Gates, every one of them.
German lady, yeah, all
Yeah.
of them.
1,300 graduates are now like either leaders, prime ministers, or big owner of big companies. They all went through the same school, the same. I don't know what they do in that school, but
You don't want to know.
no, all from.
And that crazy blonde guy from England. Scroll down, that crazy one up top. Look at him. He looks like.
Yeah, Boris.
Oh, please.
Yeah, Marco, Boris, all of them.
All this is no bueno. We need to pray for these people.
Exactly.
Right.
And about the people just following everything. It's something that's it's been going on for a long time, because people don't want to feel apart from others, because they don't want to be left out. It's called I don't know if you've ever seen it. What the experiment is, it's what's the name again? Shit. I knew it just 2 seconds ago. I hate when it happens. It's a study. Yeah. People just follow the herd.
Like a
the ASH conformity experiment. Do you know what it is?
I don't remember.
Okay, I'll just play.
But an experiment is not a public opinion poll. It examines behavior under the pressure of...
Sorry. It's about 5 minutes, maybe.
Well, what is it basically?
So it's a how people react when they know something, inside, and they know that it's true now. They put other people in the same room that they are paid, and they all say the different answer, that the right answer, but the one that is not paid said the right answer, but all the others said the wrong answer. So at the end, he changed his answer
right
to the same as the other people.
I remember this. I think
Yeah.
we shared this a while ago, didn't we?
And
But an experiment...
Yeah, this is called the ASH.
Yeah. There was another one too where I saw it was like an office, like, I don't know, like a doctor's or dentist kind of thing.
Yeah.
And
the bell.
Yeah, the bell. And so everyone in the room was paid to be there except like the new person.
Yeah.
And they play a tone, and everyone in the room would stand up, and then they sit down. And eventually the new person that came in was doing it with them and didn't know why.
He assimilated, yeah.
Right. And then what happens is they siphon out all the people that were paid, and now it's just that person that's doing it because they learned it from everyone else. And the new people coming in, they start following that person, and it continues on.
Yeah.
It's a very similar idea.
Yeah, this is the same experiment, and there's another one with the people in the elevator. They all face the words, and people just face the other way. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
Everybody, if you haven't watched that one's fascinating. They're all just the way they face towards the back and stuff.
This is like the earth. You don't want to be apart from.
Yeah.
I don't know why people are like this, but not everyone. Maybe not us. We won't be affected by this, but most people will. And
that reminds me of that movie, The Happening, where like one person started to kill themselves, and then more people would do the same thing and just randomly start killing. It was a really weird movie. That's kind of what it reminds me of.
All right, let's see. Can we kill the rest of these tabs here? How are we doing on time? We're okay, or we're
at 4 hours.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
No, I'm not.
Holy crap!
I
I don't get paid enough for this. There's still 45 people here. God bless you.
I love it.
Let's see. Let's keep going. Let's make it a marathon. All right. This is why we're in the situation we're in. But I have to say, I do commend this girl for her inventiveness. But that movie Wall-E, where we're just going to be like, flabs of things sitting in a chair while the robots do anything? Look how this gal scrolls through her screen.
Really?
Come
God.
on. That's frightening and hilarious at the same time. That's the new generation, and it's
Yeah.
not her fault. That's how they were raised. Isn't that nuts? And she's really good at it. Oh shoot! What's next? Oh, I don't have the thing, but scary space news. Okay, scary space news. So this is what we were talking about. The Air Force has got a plan to stop the Earth rotating, and they had to scrap it because it would have wiped out life on Earth.
Yeah,
And
do you see it? Yeah.
Right? And you know it's true because look at this cartoon.
Oh my god!
Come on, that's a good cartoon. You think it's a lie? Anyway.
Even if the Earth was a real spinning ball in whatever, okay, do you think stopping it would be a good idea? Come on.
Superman did it, and it didn't work out so well for him either. So, anyways,
Just talking about the Earth, that the Earth will end. Just it's another fear factor, that the Earth will be destroyed.
That's
But
just what
maybe
we use all these crazy space narratives for. Is all fear.
Yeah, but maybe they know something. Maybe there's some kind of God reset, so they don't want to say that we do it. Or
right?
Exactly. Right. I got you.
I think the scarier thing than this is we've been on for 4 freaking hours. Okay, what's next?
We haven't done this in a while.
Holy cow. Okay. Oh, and this one, I just love this one. For those of you who still believe this, Finn, if you're watching, I love you. Explain this one.
Hurricane. So can you see hurricanes from space? Yes, you can. In fact, as we've been talking up here, you can see the whole hurricane, and that's pretty neat to be able to see it. You can see the eye and how it's forming. But one of the things that's interesting about up here, when you see that whole hurricane, you're pretty amazed. And you
Pocket of gravity.
That happened. And the good lady like back up, just act like it didn't happen.
Pictures and all that of it.
And you like the handler in the middle? Watch
Yeah,
her
it's just
hand.
like stop. Just why
No.
it didn't happen.
They're like, they didn't notice it. No one will see. No one will see. Just stop trying to grab the ball that fell down because of fake space. She's like, oh, he's gonna reach. No. It was just stop. That's my favorite part.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Dude, it looks like it was meant to happen. They want us to see this stuff. I mean, they want you to know. It's all being revealed. They can't even hide it anymore anyway.
No. And that's part of the whole game is that they're locked in the same rules as us. We have free will. They have to tell you they're lying to you, and you have to still say, that's okay, I accept I live in a ball, and there's a pocket of space right here, of gravity right here. Right? That's what we have to do to deny this. And then you say, well, maybe it's just this. Well, why are they lying about anything? Anyways, why are they lying? It's not to say because you're living on flat earth. That's not the ultimate truth, people. The ultimate truth is God exists, and you don't live flying through space. You live on God's green earth, and he's right there above you. And anybody that's trying to deny that, they are gatekeeping you.
And you're not an insignificant little speck hurtling through ever-expanding space. You are the center of everything. We all are.
Exactly. We're not special, but we're equally special to God.
That's right.
Here we go. We punched so much groundwater that we've nudged the earth spin. So they can just say whatever they want. Let's do whatever.
my God.
All right, what's next? Okay, if ghosts aren't real, explain this, everyone.
Real, then explain this.
This, you talk about creepy videos, Jen. You watch the paranormal stuff. Explain this one.
Oh,
let's do it again.
Real,
Like
then
10
explain
seconds.
this.
That poor dog. Anyway,
we have this comment. Here's how do they sleep at night with our money in their paycheck or in the paycheck? Let me see here. This is exactly how they sleep. Let me see.
Ballless, soulless, spiritless, corporate bitches, suckers of Satan's cock, each and every one of them.
Yes, they sleep very well.
I couldn't have said that better with a little pepper. All right, what's next? How about this? You know, we've talked about it, and for anybody that hasn't, go back and watch some of these old shows they've done where they talk about the World's Fair and how they had all this free energy and light bulbs supposedly, and yet Tesla and Edison and none of the big guys showed up there. Meanwhile, how about this article? This is a prewar.com. Edison's electric cars. They had electric cars back then. Where is this here? That went
one charge.
Yeah, one charge. It went 1,000 miles.
Wow, dude, that's amazing.
Right? We can't do that now. 911 coding, but we can't do that now.
Yeah, you can send the picture out there. He's got a rotor on the wheel, maybe just charging the battery while rolling. You know,
right? And so here's the funny thing. So, of course, as they're forcing or pushing everyone to go electric, two things about electric cars. One is you're limiting how far you can go. Actually, there's more than two things. And to charge them, they take several hours to charge. So think about it. You're like on a road trip. They're trying to keep you from driving too far. You're on a road trip. Now you've got to find a place that actually has an electric pump. Hope that it hasn't been torn apart because people are stealing the copper wiring and stuff and selling it for scrap. And also know that if someone's already charging their car, you might have to wait several hours before you can charge yours.
Yeah.
In addition to that, because I have a son that does electrical work, here's something maybe you didn't know. Do you know if the store had made it to where they were going to put in electrical pumps, they're connected directly to their grid, but some of these gas stations and so forth, it's so expensive to get an electrical connection from the electrical panel all the way out to the parking lot that, and you can hear them too. There are certain machines that you go plug in your electric car. What they did is they buried right underneath it underground a diesel generator that they fill with diesel fuel to power the electrical charge to charge your electrical car. So what in the hell have we done? Nothing.
Wow. Yeah.
And
exactly.
look it up. It's true.
Yeah,
But see, we could have been using wireless energy that they call Tesla technology, but they don't use that stuff. They give us this other crap.
Yeah,
sorry. Go ahead.
All these electric cars, they could make it that they recharge themselves because they're rolling every time and they moving forward. They could make like small wind generators that recharge everything that you need just by moving, but they don't. They just want you to use the recharge station. They don't want you to drive. Yeah.
Right. The charge. Right. Charging. You're right. You're right. And then here's the funny thing too. So of course, as everything goes electric, or they're trying to, what about the guys that like that manual car, right? You get the feel of the road and first gear, second gear, third gear, fourth gear, right? Fast and furious, right? So how do you do that on an electric car? Well, guess what? Lexus is doing it, and it's so ridiculous. It doesn't do anything. It's like a child playing with a toy. All it does is just you can make believe.
Doesn't it make noise though, like some fake noise or something?
Yeah.
I heard one of them make the Redbricks noise, like so you it gives you more realness to it. I guess
it's like you're 5 and you're playing in your dad's car.
Well, that's what they want you to pretend about everything these days.
Yep.
And how sad is this? Not only are you like buying the car that has this fake thing, you know it's fake. And so like they even show, watch this. This guy, this is the idea. They're testing it just to show you. So remember, when this guy moves this gear, he knows it does nothing. He knows it does nothing. He's like a kid playing with a toy.
Wow.
I can't think of anything sadder than someone, like it's a fidget. You know how they play with fidgets and stuff?
Right, right.
It's just something to occupy your time with.
Yep.
It does absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. What is
We're
this
so
coming to?
screwed. Oh, Jesus, come back soon. Look at this.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Can you go back to the Edison picture 1 sec? I think I saw. They say this is Edison's electric car.
Oh, it's made by Bailey Electronic. New Edison. It has his battery, but it's Bailey company.
Yeah, I see it. So yeah, Edison doesn't have electric company. He does.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
but he came up with this battery that goes 1,000 miles, which we can't figure out. Right? We've destroyed that technology. It's too painful of a process.
Exactly.
They must have made good tires back then too. I mean, look at these things. They don't even have any like tread on them or nothing. It just roll on down the road for 1,000 miles, no problem.
Well, don't forget they had founded the buildings and they hadn't dug out the road yet, so you're just rolling on dirt and mud, I guess.
Yeah.
Because that's how you build a society. You build the buildings and then you put in the roads, right?
They look like table legs that they're using for their rims on the interior.
Oh, these things? Yeah.
Yeah.
These things.
Like chair legs or something.
Yeah. And then you get your 911 coating, just so you know.
Oh,
let's see who's running this. Let's see what's next. Oh, we covered that one.
You're saying that, in history that they say with the Romans, they laid the road before anything else, but not today. Then we build everything else, but no roads.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Let's build these monstrous buildings, and we'll put in the roads some other year. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's so stupid when we wake up. It's so ridiculous. We got deceived so much.
Exactly.
All right, let's see what we were on this one. I thought this was interesting.
Did forcing 2-year-olds to wear masks save lives?
What now?
Did forcing 2-year-olds to wear masks save lives?
Making sure people wore masks when it was appropriate was essential to make sure that we were able to get out of this pandemic.
Sure, but that wasn't my question. Could you answer the question that I asked?
Which is?
Did forcing 2-year-olds to wear masks save lives?
And who did the forcing?
Well, your department, or the Head Start, which is under your department, had a mask mandate until late last year for 2-year-olds and above, even outdoors. So can you point to any public health benefit of that policy?
Right. We never forced anyone to do anything because we don't have the jurisdiction or authority to do that. But
do you hear that, everyone?
Uh-huh. And a mandate is not mandatory unless the mandatory, the mandator and the mandatory, which would be us, if they're mandating it, has to agree to it being mandatory. And if we don't agree to it, then it is not mandatory.
Amen.
Yeah.
It's not a law. It's a mandate. And you know what a mandate used to be? It was 2 guys going out to dinner.
Oh man, I gotta
the dad jokes don't stop.
That's very true. Very true.
It's always our choice to go with.
That's very true. Very true.
Did it again? I didn't do that.
They make it like it's the law, but it's not. It's always your choice. And they know, but they don't tell you that way.
So it's mandatory. It's mandatory. You have to. It's like no, you don't.
It's a suggestion, It's
right.
We suggest you to wear it, but
people were actually saying there was a law. Oh no, it's law. You have to do it. The FBI said you have to do it, or some shit like that. I'm like, no, that's not the case, and I'm not smothering myself. Thank you. I don't need hypoxia.
They didn't have enough people to go around and shut all these businesses down. The businesses shut themselves down.
Yeah,
exactly.
And to have that law, you need to go into the chamber and to vote and to pass the law. It takes more than 1 year to do all of this. They cannot do it just like this. It's only proposition that they did. They never did anything.
All right, let me move on. There's more of this, but you get the drift of that one. So what's this? I thought this was interesting. This is how they teach you in school, is that you get condensation turns into rain, precipitation turns into collection, and then evaporation, and it continues. And I find it interesting, the rainbow that God promised, but also it sure looks dome shaped. And the only way you could get this is if it's an enclosed system, because otherwise evaporation would just keep going to space. But no, it comes back around. So I thought that was a cool representation. What's next? Oh, more scary space news. Look at that cartoon. Strange star can reveal what ancient supernovas were like. Sure it can. So I don't even go over any more of this because it's so ridiculous at this point. That's not a picture of the sun. That's a cartoon. Come on, people. Wake up, please.
That's not a pepperoni.
Yeah, right? Remember we did that? The pepperoni. How about this? The moon's pull is so strong it may trigger earthquakes on Earth.
No.
Scientists are still baffled. See, they don't know. It's more theories and conjectures than guesses. But they put on a white coat and they show you this picture, which is doctored, and we believe them.
Mother. Fuck.
Yes, my favorite drop. Okay. The Hubble observes a cosmic sea creature. So there's that. I don't even read them anymore. I just look at the cartoons and the headlines. Isn't that what they want me to see? What's next? Okay, we got that one already. The TV's listening. Oh, okay. So here's my this is the end discussion that I really wanted to focus a little bit on. Here, let me get out of this for a second and say hi. Let's see. Okay. So my background in gemology. I've got a degree in gemology and I study. Okay, we get that. All the stuff that I learned, of course, it's all being looked at with new eyes. And so when you look at gold, they say, came from outer space like everything else. The water on Earth came from outer space, crashed into us, and gold crashed into us. And when you read the Bible, gold comes from God's throne or somewhere there. It was when you never liked the mandate, yeah. When Adam and Eve, according to the books of Adam and Eve, when they got put into a cave when they got kicked out of the garden. And when he kept lamenting, he wanted to go home. He couldn't. He's like, can you send me something to make me feel better about home? And so God sends an angel that gathers some things, gold, incense, and myrrh, just like they do for Jesus. And they bring it to Adam. So according to the Bible, gold comes from, well, above earth, God's throne. According to science, gold comes from outer space. Mm-hmm. Now, when you read about gold and silver in the Bible, God talks about when they stole his gold, his silver, when they stole it from this place and took it to that place or whatever. He always talks about it's his gold and silver. When you look at how these things evolved, they don't give you a reason as how they got here on Earth. So if that is God's minerals, gold and silver, that came from one of the other heavens, it would make sense to me under these circumstances. Gold is one of the only substance, both of them are very conductive for electricity and heat, by the way. But gold that we see on all these Antiquitech buildings and stuff, it's the one substance that I'm aware of that it never goes away. All of the gold they found is still here in existence. When I used to do jewelry work, you could take a gold ring and it needed to be polished. So you would buff it, and then a minute amount of the gold would go off onto the buffing wheel. Some more would turn into dust. And then when you clean it, even more would drop off in the cleaning element. Now, once you're done with all that, you could go to the buffing wheel and you could melt it and reclaim the gold. You could go to the dust collector and melt the dust and reclaim the gold. You could go into the cleaner and evaporate the liquid and reclaim the gold. You can do anything you want to gold and it doesn't disappear. You can disintegrate it like on, I think I have this video here. Clickety click. You can disintegrate it with, can you see that? Am I sharing?
Yes, you're good.
Okay. With different, mostly with acids. This is nitric acid, hydrochloric acid. And when you mix the two and then you drop gold in it, it eventually dissolves it. Okay. Just like you're seeing here. And it dissolves. But it doesn't vanish. It's still there. If you were to separate these acids from the gold, you can still recover the gold. It hasn't gone away. And then you can melt it back down. And there it is. So even though you dissolved it, it's still there. Now, there is one way I know that you can destroy gold. and destroy it. It's an element called mercury. And if you take mercury, which is like what you find in your thermometers and stuff, and the reason I know about this is people would find mercury like they'd break a thermometer and, it balls up just like in the Terminator. It rolls around and it's actually not really healthy to touch. But people would play with it in their hands and stuff. And then what would happen? If it touched their ring, their gold, it would suck into it. And it wouldn't just attach itself to it. It would create a new alchemy. And it would change the DNA, the chemical matrix, or whatever you want to call it, of the gold. And it destroys it. It eventually will turn like a grayish color, and then it will disintegrate into dust. And there's nothing you can do. And if someone did it, you literally had to cut the piece of the ring off. You can try to burn out mercury, but you know what happens when you overheat mercury? It becomes a toxic gas and it'll kill anything that breathes it in.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, having said that, here's a few things. God talks about the gold and silver are his. They came from his throne. Nothing we know can destroy gold on earth except mercury. And where does mercury come from? Once again, it's a mystery. It came from outer space. And where did it end up? It ended up in cinnabars. The biggest place you'll find mercury in these cinnabars, which they describe as, where is it? Somewhere in here. Comes out of volcanoes, of course. And shoot, where is it? But they say it's a red brick, basically. Red brick.
It's a red brick, dude.
And do you know who owns all the cinnabar mines from the 1500s?
Hit me with it, Shepu.
They got their name from that, the Red Shield, the Rothschilds.
The Rothschilds.
Of course.
Oh, no bueno.
Right. So I don't know. Somewhere in here it said it was. Here we go. Properties. Cinnabar is generally found in massive granular earthy form and is brightly scarlet to brick red in color. Their words.
Their words, not ours.
And so it shows up in a red brick looking thing. So here's my thought. Because again, they don't tell you how it got there. And another interesting thing about mercury, in its natural state in room temperature, it's a liquid. It's the only element, I believe, that stays liquid in its natural room temperature. Everything else is a solid.
Right.
And so the question is, at what temperature, how do you get mercury to solidify to be in these crystals? What caused that? Because in its normal state, it's liquid.
Right.
But in these red bricks, it's crystalline.
I would say extreme heat.
That's what I'm thinking. So here's my conjecture.
Yep.
If they don't know where gold comes from or silver, I mean, it's all from outer space. What about this? If we do live on a grid system, and rather than thinking in the days of Noah or any of the days of Jesus or whatever, they teach us that everyone lived in mud huts. Meanwhile, they're building these immaculate buildings we can't even understand.
Yeah.
What if all of these things were built the way that they show in the old Babylon days, and bricks and massive buildings full of architecture, or what do you call it, antiquitech, with gold colored lining things and silver and whatever for their free energy. And who knows when it happened? We don't know if it happened multiple times or one giant time, but like Tower of Babel kind of thing, when God brings down destruction and says, no, you guys are done. What if the way that you overheat this grid system is when Jesus comes back and he cleans house with fire? What if he's shooting out mercury? Because mercury would be the thing that would destroy God's, as he says, they stole my gold and silver. So he's gonna take back his gold and silver and destroy it with another element that doesn't naturally occur on Earth, with mercury, fire. And what happens when you overheat mercury? Well, first of all, everything would melt. Fervent heat, whatever you want to call it, it would melt. And second, it would cause a noxious gas cloud that would kill all the living things. And when you read the book of Revelation, he says it's not allowed to harm the plants and the trees and stuff. And that would make sense too, because they would survive these horrific gas plumes of mercury, and the humans or the animals or whatever would not. And so I'm putting this out there if anyone wants to look into it further, because you can look in the history of Mercury. There's all kinds of weirdness there, but like he's like the Flash guy and stuff. And so whatever it is, what about this idea? What if God helped destroy this grid system through the use of Mercury that, again, came from outer space or God's area to destroy his gold and silver? Because it even says there'll be a day when you throw it in the streets because it's valueless. And so maybe that's how it would help bring down the grid. What do you think?
Sounds interesting.
Well, I know that they use mercury to amplify signals and electricity from radios, old radios and old TV.
So they would use it in a motherboard grid system.
They use it, to like a transformer to amplify the signal. That's why they use it.
If this whole Earth, this immovable Earth, is brick at its base, at its core, like a sub superstructure underneath here, and set up like a motherboard, if you will, with the green grass over it, just like we see the motherboards today that are green, and it would have these pools of mercury like within and conducting in the components and stuff within the grid system itself. I'm kind of envisioning it. It's hard to put it into words, but I don't know.
Yeah. Anyways, thought I'd throw that out there. That's my new thing that I'm like looking into. And anybody wants to join in and try to figure this out, please help us.
Because what I'm talking about, do you know, in old radios, I don't know if you have one at home, CFM, they always have this tube inside of them, a red liquid.
Yeah.
It's red mercury that they called it.
Yeah.
And the old TVs have it also. And I don't know why it's red. Maybe because it's probably not refined as much as the silver. I don't know. Because the rock is red. I don't know why it's red. That one.
I heard the term red mercury being used in the movie. There's a movie called Red and Red 2 with Bruce Willis in it. And in Red 2, they were talking about red mercury and that how it was somehow connected to some bomb and that it's untraceable. Like you could walk right across the White House lawn with this stuff. They wouldn't even detect it. But I found it interesting that it was in that movie. And there has been said there's a lot of strange properties about red mercury. It is attracted to gold. There's a lot of other different weird things. I don't know how true any of this is. I've never gotten a sample and tried it myself. But it is rare, and it does seem to have some kind of properties that is of use to them.
Yeah, I've seen regular, but not the red. I've heard about it. I've seen your videos, but that's all.
I've put in the chat 2 videos of mercury eating the gold just to show people. And
according to I am Kairos. I am Kairos. They found large amounts of mercury on the pyramids. So.
Oh yeah, I heard that too. But
and the pyramids are components on this grid system, so that would not surprise me.
Right. Absolutely. Okay. Well, we're like 4.5 hours, and I've done everything I have. So that's all.
I have one more thing to show.
All right.
Let me get into a screen share real quick because I meant to show it last time and I never did. But let's see here. Where is it? Okay, it's right here. All right. So can you guys see this picture?
Yes.
Okay, this is one of my favorite pictures. I love this thing. I can't really zoom in on it, I don't think. But as you can see here, this is a melted building, what's left of it. And right in between this top part here and these windows columns right here is what we call today sedimentary layers. Mm-hmm. And oh, there you go. I can zoom now. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to say something about that mercury. Do you remember... when now it's illegal in some places, but we used to put the mercury or chrome on wounds to heal faster. Mercurochrome, it's called. I showed it on a show that was pulled, Jen.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the one that we did about the crown of Russia. We talk about
Oh yeah.
Mercury, and I
God, that was
showed.
so long ago. Yes.
Yeah,
and
right.
I showed that the mercurochrome. That's what they use in to put on wounds, and
Right.
it heals. Yeah,
Hmm.
but
Yeah, it
now
was so long ago. It was the beginning of the show.
exactly. Yeah, Redstone remember it. Yeah.
All right. So yeah, the Royal Crown of Russia. That was a really good stream that we did.
Yeah.
I'll have to relive
A
some
lot
of
of
that
stuff.
stuff.
Yeah, a lot of stuff in that one.
So what we have here is what they call in geology cross-bedding. And I just want somebody to make it make sense to me that they have a building right here, whether they say it's built or carved, and then suddenly sedimentary layers, right? And then they build this up here, which is what's left of this building with another big blob of sedimentary layers on
Oh my
top, like
goodness.
kind of 7-layer cake here or something.
Oh my
And
God.
again, you can see the cross bedding here, which again would be considered sedimentary layers, but it's actually just part of this melted building and what's left of it. So what is cross bedding? Let's see here. In geology, cross bedding, also known as cross stratification, is layering within the stratum and at an angle to the main bedding plane. The sedimentary structures which result are roughly horizontal units composed of inclined layers. And here you can see their example of cross bedding in geology. It's not the greatest pictures, but how it is very similar to what we are looking at over here on this picture. That is a melted building.
Mm-hmm.
And there you have it.
Boom, baby.
That's just more proof that these mountains are melted buildings. And I think I have one more picture here of more cross bedding. It's a little clearer. Supposedly cross bedding in nature.
Wow.
But they're actually buildings, guys. And I have proof because right here is a melted building with sedimentary layers that they would say is cross bedding.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's that.
Wow.
To drive that point home.
One last thing before we go, I keep forgetting. I'll probably say it again on Friday. Veronica wrote me this because I was discussing everyone, at least I know, are dealing with health issues, and how can we heal ourselves through prayer? We're supposed to be able to. And she wrote this, and I wanted to make sure I say it again. I'll do it on Friday too. And she said, healing is for you because of what Jesus did. Just as you accept Jesus as your savior, you need to accept Jesus as your healer.
Oh, I like.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I would say that, I would say, like, even when I can't get to sleep at night, I'll ask Jesus to calm my spirit, calm my soul. And like within minutes, I'm passed out.
I pray every night that he holds me in his arms, all of us in his arms, and watches over us while we sleep. And then, of course, wakes me in the morning. I'd hate to not miss, to not wake up. I always had that in there. And please wake me in the morning. So, yeah. But make sure that you praise God for all your blessings.
Absolutely.
Do you have heat today because you're cold? Do you have air conditioning because you're hot? Do you have hot water? Do you have food? Do you have shelter? Anything? Why can't you thank God for it? You can curse him when you're mad. Why can't you thank him when you're happy? That's the problem. You're not supposed to curse him. Read the book of Job. You'll understand it way better as to why we're dealing with the things we're dealing. The fact that you find God doesn't make your life perfect. No, you're going to have troubles and tribulations. That's the whole idea. We're supposed to be tested so he sees what we're going to do with our lives. And as we grow and as we showcase how good our lives are going because we found God and we're listening to him, we're that beacon. He says you're supposed to be a light on a hill, not locked away in a closet. If you're experiencing good things in life because of God, shine. Let people know. That's what my channel is all about. Things that are happening that are blessings. I want people to see it so they maybe will try it in their lives. So if I have anything to say, go find your connection with God. If you can use this book, great. But to find God and to be saved, You don't need it. As Jen was talking to me the other night, there's people all over the planet, plane, earth, whatever you want to call it, that have never seen this and know God. And I'll give you one more example. On the crucifixion day, it wasn't just Jesus. There was 3 people up there, and they were allowed to ask for one of them to be brought down. Of course, they asked for the murderer, not Jesus. But the other guy there, he turned to Jesus and he said, "Hey, I've been this horrible person, but can I be saved?" And he got saved on the cross.
Yep.
Didn't read his Bible, didn't believe in Jesus, and he got saved right before he died. And that's available to any one of us. And if anything I say in any of my shows, take that little seed of knowledge, even if you don't believe me right now, and hang on to it. Because if you find yourself on that cross, you can cry out to God, and he'll save you immediately. He will. And he proved it when he died. And that's all I have to say. God bless you. Thanks for having me on.
Amen. That was great.
Thank you, CFM.
I love you.
I love you too. I love you too, Shepu.
Yeah, me too. I love
All
you.
right. Well, on that note, I think we should get out of here. We're at 4:35. I can't believe it.
I'm exhausted. I got to sleep for a day.
I had like 2 videos, but
Oh yeah, let's do it. I can do 2 videos. It's no biggie.
all right.
Come this far.
One is 1 minute, and the other one will.
I'm out of all my food and drink, but let's go for it.
I have nothing. I think I have a cigarette left.
All right, people.
All right, here we go.
I just want people to go see. This is the site peeking through the veil of and connecting some dots. It's from Tobias. He's in the group, and he made like a
metal roof's back on.
A nice discovery.
Okay.
Behind, and Kairos wanted to see some clinker bricks. Here you got some.
Wow. Yeah, they build it like that for sure.
Oh, of course. That's the best way to build that. Why not?
This thing is fused together.
Oh yeah, yeah. We will see that he goes.
Wow.
And he spot like the bricks. These are, you can see, still the square now, just melted.
Wow.
That's something.
All melted and muffed up.
Yeah. Oh, that's the one.
Look at that. Go back to that.
Yeah, that's the one.
What are they doing? Give me the most cooked out thing you can find. Hand me that one right there. Let's stick this one in.
Look. Yeah,
there's a red brick.
Yep. There's your Cinnabar.
That's your Cinnabar, exactly. Now think of that. If God melted it with some kind of fire with mercury, all of this makes sense.
Yes. And this, I just want to show you. See those bubbling? They were rounded.
Yeah.
But this, you can see there's the wire, and not a wire, but a rod. You point the rod sticking out of these.
Self-illuminating buildings. Those things probably lit up.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. It's
The
connected.
tech is within the building. The building is the tech.
Okay, so this was the first one. So everybody go give a thumbs up to buy
Peeking
this.
through the veil and connecting. Okay.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat again.
Sweet. Look at this. This is weird. Tripping me out right now.
I know, right?
All right, and I have this one. Just people, if you think that they built this, there, people are crazy. I'll just.
This is cool, like Tenerife.
Sounds like my kids when they played the recorders in school.
So they're inside a volcano here, these people?
No, it's in Mexico, Jen.
Okay, it looked like they were in that was like it was a caldera or something.
I don't know if you see it, but look, all of this is structure, and
Look at that. Wow.
you'll see I have slowed down the video because it's only 1 minute, but
Oh my gosh. Look at that arch down there.
Yeah.
Wow. Guys. Mountains are melted buildings. Look at this.
Right?
Just look at it.
Yeah, look, the bottom
You
part
can see
here.
the structure
Yeah.
everywhere. Wow.
Oh, it's a Zamfir. Yes. I'm Kairos. I know what it is. It's from I Am Groot. That's what I keep thinking of. I Am Kairos.
I'm Groot. Yeah.
I Am Groot.
So look at this place.
Insane.
Look at that.
Wow.
Yeah, because the best place to build that was way up the heck up here.
Oh, yeah.
How'd you get your horses up here? Donkey.
Where else are you going to build it? Not on the
Exactly.
ground where it's easy?
Yeah, why build on a ground floor? Exactly. Still haven't found a donkey or a horse that goes up more than a story.
Yeah. So
Pretty
I
wild.
wanted to show this place.
Look at the sides. Now go back a little. Right there. Look at it coming down the side of the right there. Yeah.
Right?
That thing, a whole thing is structure.
You go a little bit farther, and when you look, I mean, play it a little bit longer, and you'll see the next shot here. Okay, stop there. How are you getting your materials there to build that?
Mm-hmm.
How are you getting there?
Exactly.
A bunch of horses?
Helicopter.
Whatever.
Drop that shit.
Yeah, airships. That's the only reason. Yeah.
Maybe. It couldn't possibly that it's melted and that's all that's left. But no, okay. You got horses that go up there. Cool.
Structure everywhere there, though.
All right. So that's what I had.
That was really good, Shepu.
That was good. That was a good way
This
to.
is crazy right here, though. I don't know what's going
Yeah,
on.
I'm really confused.
Why is that up?
Who's that? Is that me?
Oh, it's our video on another one of your
Yeah,
tabs.
because I posted.
I got you.
I had no idea how handsome I was. Thanks for showing me. All right, I can't do anymore. I am
No,
done.
we're done. It's almost 1 o'clock here.
All right, guys. Yeah, we're gonna get out of here. Should we go out with a song?
Yeah, I put it one new one, the last
Oh,
one.
you got a new one? Okay.
But
Hold
it's
on.
not a new one, but it's one that has been not been playing, and Steve played it all the time. So
Steve used to always play this one. All right,
Yeah.
guys. I love you. Thank you, everybody, hanging
Thank
out with
you,
us
everyone.
tonight. Let it not be said that we stood by and did nothing. We are out of here.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I'm really sick of living, stuck and trapped in the system. You're just a brick in the wall, and I got my back up against it. I represent the resistance, they want me back up in prison. But I'm the master of my path, and I won't slack on my mission. You're lacking the vision, so I'm just gonna cut to the chase. They hide the truth in plain view, right in front of your face. I used to think the world was normal, but that wasn't the case. We're just some goyim on a hamster wheel, running in place. Turn up the bass, I grab the microphone, and all I do is rock it. This little light of mine, I let it shine, and you can't stop it. But there's nothing these corporations just won't do for profit. This fake ass world that we live in is sick, it's truly toxic. If you don't see it that way, okay, then keep talking. Don't bump into that wall while you're sleepwalking. The alarm is going off, I hear it beep often. I'm at the double doors of truth, I'm gonna keep knocking.
I just want to live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just want to fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
just go quietly into the night. There's forces of darkness at work and they're restricting the lights. I'm so fed up with the lies, they tell us this isn't right. It's ODD TV, you best believe I'll get up and fight. This is my plight, I'll never let you cowards get the best of me. Took the red pill, now it's time to fulfill my destiny. Living like I'm Neo, dipping from my P.O. Tripping on me cause I am the one and he's a zero. Hot like a jalapeno, bringing heat that you just can't avoid. I call out bullshit and lies, they call me paranoid. People are just foolish, full of hate, they get angry. Point out the truth about reality, they label you crazy. Just a glitch in the system, you're a critical thinker. And no, they don't want that. Fuck them, give them the finger. I do it every single day with each and everything I say. I'm not living like a victim, it doesn't have to be this way.
I just wanna live